Chapter 357, Great Merit, Decree from an Immortal Lord. Golden rain that enveloped the whole world persisted for an entire ancient hour before it ceased and all creatures awakened. Meng Lang's divine thoughts swept across the area and discovered that the Supreme Sect's disciples' cultivation levels had all increased. However, the extent of growth varied, possibly relating to their innate talents. The one with the most significant increase in cultivation had merely broken through a minor realm, not enough to trigger a breakthrough in a major realm. He patted the groggy blood prison great saint, then turned and walked towards the loft buildings. Along the way, he continually cast lifespan detection towards his disciples and found that after the baptism of the golden rain, their maximum lifespans had increased as well, some by only a year or two, others by several decades, though he saw no one whose lifespan increased by more than a century. Even without anyone gaining a century of lifespan, it was still remarkable, considering the communal spirit of great heavenly spirit land were countless in number. What an immense act of merit! Meng Lang couldn't help but admire the Tao Void mysterious immortal while simultaneously puzzled about how he managed to achieve this. Meng Lang directed his divine thoughts towards the immortal dynasty and felt its chi fortune plummet dangerously. Could it be that the Tao Void mysterious immortal had managed to accomplish this by borrowing the immortal dynasty's chi fortune? Wouldn't such an act leave them vulnerable to the Holy Court taking advantage? Meng Lang was secretly astonished. Soon after, he felt the chi fortune of the immortal dynasty surge enormously, surpassing its previous levels in a very short time. Light from outer heaven followed, showering down golden radiance upon the immortal dynasty, forming a massive and magnificent rainbow in the sky. Meng Lang could sense a particular force within that golden radiance. It was like the heaven and earth rules, yet there was something unique about it. It felt more like chi fortune. Chi fortune is utterly mysterious. Those with strong chi fortune often enjoy good luck, while those with weak chi fortune may encounter disasters even in their daily walk, or easily run into inner demons during cultivation. Today, Meng Lang had truly broadened his horizons. Even as a divine thought true immortal, he could not see through the techniques displayed by Tao Void mysterious immortal, who had lived for 30 million years. What a pity that such a person had perished, for Meng Lang lost the chance to make his acquaintance. Master, what just happened? I only remember Tao Void mysterious immortal's words, and then it seemed I fell asleep. Blood prison great saint caught up and anxiously asked. You just need to know that this was indeed a blessing. Meng Lang replied. Blood prison great saint understood that his master did not wish to elaborate further. With his master's Tao level, he surely knew what was going on. He committed the names Immortal Dynasty and Tao Void Mysterious Immortal to memory. When Meng Lang arrived in front of the lofts, the disciples who were inside walked out one by one, gathering together to discuss the recent event. Xianxia and a few great cultivators were surrounded by the others, but unfortunately, they were also unclear about what had actually taken place. Long Qing was shouting excitedly, causing Meng Lang to shake his head and smile wryly. This indeed was a massive opportunity. The heavenly Tao has noticed it and will surely boost the immortal dynasty's chi fortune. When that happens, the immortal spirits of the immortal dynasty will find it easier to comprehend the nature of heaven and earth during their cultivation. The immortal dynasty is quite extraordinary and is full of ambition. Ji Xiaoyu approached Meng Lang and murmured thoughtfully. Meng Lang, driven by curiosity, asked, then in your opinion, wouldn't the immortal dynasty become stronger than the Holy Court? Does the Holy Court have anyone who can achieve such a feat? It's hard to say, but as the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. It's likely that a conflict will break out between them. As for whether the Holy Court has someone capable of this, even if it does, it's doubtful anyone would be willing. The higher the cultivation, the more tenacious the individual. Who would want to give up their Tao level to benefit all creatures? Ji Xiaoyu shook her head. The immortal dynasty had clearly stated this point, making it known to all creatures their sacrifice and hinting at how the Holy Court should act. It would be difficult for the Holy Court to do the same without seeming to fall short by comparison. Divine thought true immortals. Those were beings comparable to holy ministers. Such existences would not be coerced, nor would they willingly self-destruct. Meng Lang also internally marveled at the Immortal dynasty's overt scheming. However, the battle between the two would ultimately depend on their own strength. The Immortal dynasty's blessings to all beings, as generous as they were, could not be quickly converted into combat power for the Immortal dynasty. Ji Xiaoyu looked up at the sky, her eyes sparkling, and she said in a special tone, "There's going to be great chaos in this world." Meng Lang could hear a hint of excitement in her voice. She seemed to be looking forward to the turmoil. Meng Lang followed her gaze into the sky. Dao Void Mysterious Immortal's physical body had turned into a huge chi-shaped vortex, toward which the lonely spirits and wild ghosts of the world were flying. The Reincarnation Vortex. Many Holy Court cultivators appeared beside the Reincarnation Vortex. They didn't destroy it but simply stood guard around it. Ji Xiaoyu didn't linger long to chat with Meng Lang, quickly returning to her abode. She couldn't wait to cultivate and grow stronger. Meng Lang joined the crowd of disciples, sharing in their awe and discussion. Shen Xinzi left the group and stood alone under a tree, looking up at the sky and calculating with his fingers, his expression complex as he muttered to himself, "The heavens will has become murky, what on earth is going to happen next?" In the days that followed, the discussions around the Immortal dynasty and Dao Void Mysterious Immortal did not subside. Meng Lang even saw the citizens throughout Taicang continent starting to build monuments and viewing platforms in honor of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. The Golden Rain had granted many mortal spirits the opportunity for immortal cultivation, and many chronically ill mortals were healed. It was a jubilation for the whole world. 5 days later, Meng Lang visited Immortal Seeking Island alone. Island Master Sun Hanfeng, Hu Shaojian, and the elders gathered to meet him. More than 20 people were assembled in the hall, eager to recount the blessings from 5 days prior. Meng Lang sat in his chair, watching their excited expressions, and felt even more profoundly the boundless merit of Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. It wasn't just mortal spirits who were grateful to Dao Void Mysterious Immortal, even beings of the immortal path also appreciated him. The creatures didn't care what motives Dao Void Mysterious Immortal had, having received kindness and benefits, they naturally felt thankful. After listening for a while and confirming that nothing had gone amiss on Immortal Seeking Island, Meng Lang was relieved. He briefly spoke a few words and then took Hu Shaojian and left. He would always roam around Immortal Seeking Island whenever he visited, and Hu Shaojian would accompany him. After leaving the island master's residence, Hu Shaojian brought up the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Meng Lang had allowed Immortal Seeking Island to also start selling his books, and the effect was surprisingly good. Once released, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was greatly loved by many cultivators. Before Dao Void Mysterious Immortal's blessing, Romance of the Three Kingdoms was the most talked about topic on the island. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms on Immortal Seeking Island had only reached the point in the story where LV Meng crossed the river in white clothing, and Guan Yu met his demise, which infuriated many cultivators. After Hu Shaojian finished discussing the profits from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, he couldn't help but inquire about the upcoming plot, but alas, Meng Lang refused to divulge it, so he could only give up. As they walked, Meng Lang suddenly spotted someone and immediately cast a lifespan detection spell towards the individual. Imperial Edict Immortal Lord, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm 3rd Layer 3653007/4500000/11000000, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. And he was even imbued with the Immortal Dynasty's chi fortune. Meng Lang inwardly marveled. It used to be difficult to encounter spirits of the Immortal Dynasty, but now it seemed they could be met everywhere. Dao Void Mysterious Immortals were a rare sight. Meng Lang watched as the figure approached him directly. The Imperial Edict Immortal Lord, clad in a deep purple robe, held one hand behind his waist, his long hair secured beneath a green jade crown, his countenance full of authority, his gaze even more so oppressively piercing. He came to a halt in front of Meng Lang and spoke, "Might you be the island master Meng Lang?" Chapter 358, Desperate Straits. I am the island master, Guan asked with a puzzled face, while Hu Shaojian next to him became anxious. The Immortal Lord, at first glance, was no simple character, his aura clearly stronger than Guan's. The Immortal Lord looked at Guan and said, "Serve me, I require your island." After hearing this, Hu Shaojian couldn't help but open his mouth in shock, finding the person quite arrogant. He subconsciously looked around, his face changing drastically as he discovered that everyone nearby had stopped moving, even the flowers and grass at the side of the street no longer swayed. It was as if everything had fallen into stillness. Guan's face turned ugly, warily watching the Immortal Lord. The Immortal Lord calmly said, "It's just a little trick to prevent others from knowing our agreement. Work for me, and I will become your support. Do you know what the highest realm is?" Guan took a deep breath and said, "Heaven and earth flying immortal." The Immortal Lord replied, "Above the heaven and earth flying immortal realm is the carefree immortal realm, and above that is the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm. My realm is even higher than the divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm." As these words came out, both Guan and Hu Xiaojian's faces turned pale, with Hu Shaojian trembling all over. The Immortal Lord stopped speaking, waiting for Guan's decision. Guan pretended to grit his teeth and asked, "Do I have any other choice?" The Immortal Lord frowned, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. "The Immortal Lord harbors enmity towards you and intends to kill you. Will you perform lifespan detection on him?" This quickly led to murderous intent. Guan pondered internally, feeling that this Dao Void mysterious immortal was too petty. He was already on the path to his own death. The Immortal Lord coldly said, "You can naturally refuse. But from this day on, when you encounter insurmountable calamities, you will regret today's choice." His words dropped, and he turned to leave. The stillness around them returned to normal, cultivators and demons continued on their way, the streets flowers and trees swaying in the wind, and birds flew in the sky. Watching the Immortal Lord's departing figure, Hu Xiaojian's eyes filled with fear. After the Immortal Lord disappeared into the crowd, Hu Shaojian turned to Guan and asked, "Island Master, what should we do now?" Guan withdrew his gaze and said, "When soldiers come, block them, when the water comes, cover them with earth. At worst, we will take this matter to the main city of the Broken Sea domain. Don't worry." Seeing him still composed, Hu Xiaojian's nervousness and unease began to ease. Guan let Hu Shaojian continue to lead the way. Compared to the Immortal Lord, he cared more about medicinal herb seeds. With the constant clashes between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court, more supreme beings like the Immortal Lord would appear, which gave Guan a sense of urgency. He must reach a lifespan of 10 billion years and break through to a major realm as soon as possible. At dusk, the Immortal Lord flew out of Immortal Seeking Island. His flying speed was not fast, his divine sense covering the Broken Sea domain as he searched for islands similar to Immortal Seeking Island. In his mind, Immortal Seeking Island already belonged to him, but he needed more arrangements. The thought of Guan's rejection made him scoff. "Let's see how you deal with demon creatures above the heaven and earth flying immortal realm." The corner of the Immortal Lord's mouth curled in anticipation. He began to look forward to Guan kneeling on the ground, begging him to act. Snap! Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder, forcibly making him stop, which tremored his Daoist heart fiercely, his face changing greatly. He instinctively tried to avoid it, only to discover that the mana inside his body was suppressed by an extremely domineering force. A divine immortal. The Immortal Lord guessed the other's cultivation level in an instant. His vision blurred and then he found himself in a forest. He quickly realized had been taken far away from Broken Sea domain. He wanted to turn back, but he just couldn't. Boom! A domineering divine thought broke into his mind, causing his eyes to lose their luster, his entire being falling into a daze. After a while, Guan, using the supreme art of transformation into nothingness, executed the Immortal Lord, leaving not a trace of his soul, obliterating his body. You have successfully acquired 98,641 years of lifespan from the Immortal Lord, Dao Void Mysterious Immortal Realm 3rd Layer, that'll do. Holding the Immortal Lord's storage bracelet, Guan vanished into the woods. The demise of the Immortal Lord did not cause any ripples. Guan frequently used divine thought to observe the world in the days that followed. He saw battles erupting constantly across all sea domains, all between the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty and the people of the Holy Court. Though the Holy Court had more people, the immortal spirits of the Immortal Dynasty had stronger fighting power in equal realms. As the number of battles increased, the tense atmosphere began to spread, overshadowing the joy people felt from the blessing of the primordial immortal ancestor. 5 years later, news of the clash between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court had spread throughout the world, and even the lowest-ranking cultivators of the Taizong continent knew that two colossal forces were warring, and should their battlefield fall upon Taizong continent, it would be catastrophic. Perhaps because the Holy Court drew the attention of the Immortal Dynasty, the death of the Immortal Lord never triggered an investigation by the Immortal Dynasty. 7 years had passed since the fall of the Immortal Lord. That day, Guan returned from the Outer Gate City, having just submitted the last volume of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Over the years, he had been suppressing his unease with Romance of the Three Kingdoms. In his opinion, the battle between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court should not target him, and he could continue to survive quietly. But deep down, he was worried that an accident might be triggered by the Great War between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. If the primordial immortal ancestor could bestow blessings upon all beings, then might these two colossal entities, if they went to full-scale war, destroy the great heavenly spirit land? Each time he thought this, it made him uneasy. On his way back to the valley, Guan decided to continue to push forward. It was time to take a risk. Guan's divine thought swept across the world, searching for a sect rich in medicinal herbs. He found it difficult to kill beings with whom he had no enmity, deciding instead to help other sects harvest their herbs, taking without stealing, doing good deeds without leaving a trace. Alright, no matter the self-promotion, Guan still felt a bit ashamed. A divine immortal was engaging in such activities. But in order to survive, just this once. No one would know anyway. Soon, Guan's gaze focused on a Seabast sect. Purple Pill Palace, a sect that specialized in alchemy technique, where a great number of medicinal herbs were cultivated for the purpose of alchemy. Purple Pill Palace's strength was not very strong, but because of their alchemy technique, the nearby sects would all protect them. Let alone the nearby sects of Purple Pill Palace, looking across the world, Guan could go wherever he wanted without being detected, apart from Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court. After returning to the valley, Guan did not act immediately but waited for nightfall. As night fell, Guan first went to Mystic Valley and then quietly left. With a single step, he directly entered Purple Pill Palace. Purple Pill Palace, sitting deep in the ocean, was a sizable continent with many mountain peaks, the tallest of which exceeded 20,000 feet. Under the dark night, there were lights on the peaks of Purple Pill Palace. Guan landed in a forest. His divine thought swept over, and at that moment, at least 400,000 disciples of Purple Pill Palace were engaged in alchemy. He walked towards the nearest medicine garden. At the edge of the medicine garden, in front of a building, an old cultivator sat in front of a pill furnace, his eyes closed, holding a fan and gently waving it, controlling the flames beneath the furnace. Guan walked past him without him noticing Guan's presence. Even if he were to open his eyes, he would not see Guan. This was the skill of the carefree primordial immortal, employed by Guan with the power of a divine immortal. Not even divine immortals could see him unless their cultivation level reached Dao Void Mysterious Immortal. He entered the garden, not picking herbs at random, only harvesting the ones close to maturation. After a while, Guan moved on to the next medicine garden without taking a single herb, simply helping with the harvesting. Purple Pill Palace was vast, and to avoid causing disturbance, Guan moved gently, which slowed down his harvesting speed. He was not in a hurry, taking his time, he would visit each night. 15 days later, Guan had harvested all the mature medicinal herbs within Purple Pill Palace, gaining 150 million years of lifespan. He had harvested so many herbs that Purple Pill Palace eventually noticed something was wrong, falling into panic and even inviting other sects to provide protection. All of this was irrelevant to Guan. He had now set his sights on other sects, this time choosing one far away from Broken Sea Domain. On the first night, after just an ancient hour, someone detected the disturbance. This person quickly alerted the entire sect, causing all the disciples to start patrolling. Guan had to withdraw. In reality, even if discovered, Guan could have forcefully harvested, but he feared making too big a scene. Great powers were capable of divining the past of a sect, and Guan certainly did not want to draw the attention of existences like the Black Profound Emperor or the Annihilation God Emperor. Although the great heavenly spirit land seemed to be dominated by the Holy Court, who could guarantee that there were no entities hiding that were above the 9 heavens of immortal path? It is always better to be cautious. Life is precious, and if faced with an insurmountable foe, no amount of lifespan would matter. That night, among the mountains, there was a large lake with sparkling waves. Closer inspection revealed many spirit flowers floating on its surface. Guan descended from the sky and began harvesting the spirit flowers. He transferred the harvested spirit flowers to the lakeshore. Just as he finished and began to fly away, he suddenly saw a figure rushing out of the woods. It was a yellow-clad young girl who ran to the lakeside. Seeing the pile of spirit flowers on the shore, she was struck as if by lightning. She stood stunned for a few breaths, then hurried over to inspect them, relieved when she saw that the spiritual energy within the flowers had not yet dissipated. She turned to look around, seeing no sign of the culprit, then crouched down and buried her head in her arms. Guan, witnessing this, was taken aback. Was this crying? Guan threw a lifespan detection towards the yellow-clad young girl. Zhu Shi, Foundation Establishment Realm 3rd Layer 17/350/9999, 9,999 years of lifespan. When visiting other sects before, Guan would cast lifespan detection on any cultivator he passed by. Below Nirvana Realm, the longest lifespan he had seen was 8,000 years. Guan took interest in Zhu Shi and didn't leave but decided to observe her further. Zhu Shi crouched for a long while before standing up. Guan expected her to seek her master or elders to deal with the situation. However, under Guan's gaze, Zhu Shi used a spell and began directly absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit flowers. Little flowers, although I don't know who harvested you, I will avenge you, Zhu Shi murmured to herself. Chapter 359, 1 billion years lifespan. Hearing Zhu Zai's words, Guan felt quite uncomfortable. Could this fellow be planning to take this opportunity to monopolize the medicinal herbs and then slander him? Guan simply decided to continue waiting. He wanted to see what Zhu Shi would do. He watched Zhu Shi and noticed that no matter how much spiritual energy she absorbed, her cultivation level did not change at all. Her small body seemed to harbor a black hole that could devour everything. Interesting. This girl's physique is not simple, no wonder she has a lifespan of 9,999 years. After about half an hour, all the spirit flowers by the lake were drained and withered. Zhu Shi took a deep breath, then with a terrified expression, she turned and left. Guan hovered in the night sky, lost in thought. The spiritual energy and medicinal effects Zhu Shi had just devoured were enough for an ordinary cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm to reach the nascent soul realm. Of course, in reality, a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment Realm could not have absorbed so much spiritual energy from the spirit flowers at once. Not only had Zhu Shi succeeded, but her cultivation level had not increased at all. What exactly was this physique? Guan began to recall the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han. They had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, fought countless battles, and perhaps had seen similar physiques. Soon, Guan's brow furrowed. Could it be? An unusual glint flashed in Guan's eyes as he grew more intrigued by Zhu Shi. After a while, a large group of cultivators flew in, and when they saw the large number of withered spirit flowers by the lake, they all looked alarmed. Has there been a thief? Who dares to steal the treasures of heaven and earth from Moonfall Divine Lake? That's simply courting death. If someone could sneak into Moonfall Divine Lake and absorb the energy and medicinal effects of the purple orchid flowers all at once, their cultivation must be high. Could it be a spirit beast from the lake? Could it be the act of an immortal spirit from the Immortal dynasty? Recently, they've been making a lot of noise. Listening to the seniors' discussions, Zhu Shi stood by, looking fearfully apprehensive, and nobody imagined she was the one who had absorbed the spirit of the purple orchid flowers. After a long discussion, the cultivators of Moonfall Divine Lake couldn't come to a conclusion and prepared to report the matter to the higher-ups. Before leaving, they comforted Zhu Shi not to be afraid anymore. Zhu Shi returned to her quarters by herself. Along the way, she was deep in thought, her brow tightly furrowed, occasionally looking around with vigilance, making Guan admire her acting skills and strong conviction. After entering her house, Guan saw Zhu Shi reveal a smile. From worry to contentment, the speed of her change in demeanor impressed even Guan. Seeing that Zhu Shi was about to change clothes, Guan stopped observing her, turned, and left to continue his own herb-gathering journey. That evening, Guan picked many more medicinal herbs in Moonfall Divine Lake, which added to the already tense atmosphere within. After that night, Guan did not return to Moonfall Divine Lake to gather herbs. With so many sects in the world, gathering everywhere, he could quickly accumulate a lifespan. As summer passed and autumn arrived, the third Medicine Valley was covered in a panorama of withered scenery. Guan looked at his attribute panel, a smile forming on his face, only 1 million years away from reaching a lifespan of 1 billion years. Indeed, not taking the righteous path increases lifespan more rapidly. But the sects from which Guan had gathered herbs all thought a great calamity was imminent, all on high alert. Guan purposefully chose sects far apart to prevent them from connecting and making a big fuss. Although he didn't steal those medicinal herbs, his behavior of gathering was still suspicious. Now some sects thought it was the work of demon beasts or spirit beasts, others thought it was an enemy warning them. It must be said, these sects were quite perceptive. After each of Guan's harvests, they quickly started guarding. Guan turned off the attribute panel and stood up. He flexed his muscles as his divine sense looked towards the distance. He was watching Zhu Shi from Moonfall Divine Lake. Guan was very interested in this girl whose actions were so different, feeling a sense of kinship with her. Zhu Xi's talent was extraordinary, but for now, within Moonfall Divine Lake, she was just an ordinary disciple, which is why she was responsible for guarding a lake. Guan guessed that her reason for wanting to guard the lake was to facilitate her own theft. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from outside the window, but Guan was not startled because the source of the noise was extremely distant from the Taitsong continent. The disciples within the third Medicine Valley were startled but did not panic. Instead, they started to wonder what kind of great power was clashing. The friction between the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court was increasing, almost to the point of declaring war. In Guan's view, both sides were still testing each other. Last year, Guan had seen two Dao Void mysterious immortals battle in outer heaven, generating a great commotion that caught the attention of the great cultivators of the mortal world. Guan walked downstairs. As he descended the stairs, his gaze turned towards the valley entrance where someone was coming. It was Zhang Xianwang from the Immortal dynasty. After entering the valley, Zhang Xianwang scrutinized everything along the path. The third Medicine Valley was quite famous within the Supreme Sect, and those cultivators visiting the Supreme Sect often came to stroll through the third Medicine Valley. Guan rarely greeted them personally, given the large number of disciples within the Medicine Valley. Zhang Xianwang's gaze swept over Shenxinzi, then glanced at the nine-finger Divine Lord, who was playing chess, thinking to himself that their reputations were indeed well-deserved. The two wandering immortals were not enough to shock him, a carefree primordial immortal. He was just curious how Guan, currently at the nascent soul realm, had managed to attract so many beings of the immortal path to gather here. From a distance, Zhang Xianwang saw Guan and immediately walked towards him. Guan stood downstairs, pretending not to see him, walked towards the medicine garden in front, and then stopped in front of a wooden railing to check the medicinal herbs in the garden. As Zhang Xianwang approached, Guan turned his head, his face showing a surprised expression. "Daoist Zhang, what brings you here?" Faced with Guan's question, Zhang Xianwang smiled and said, "I've come to take you to the Immortal Dynasty." Upon hearing this, Guan hesitated and said, after much deliberation, "I don't really want to go to the Immortal Dynasty, Daoist Zhang, thank you for your kindness." Zhang Xianwang frowned and said, "After experiencing the previous blessing of the Immortal Dynasty, do you still not believe the power of the Immortal Dynasty is real?" "I do believe, but I can't part with everything I have now," Guan said helplessly. Zhang Xianwang stared at him and said, "If you go to the Immortal Dynasty, you can establish everything you currently have. You should understand that the most important thing in cultivation is your own future prospects." Guan took a deep breath and said, "Everyone has their own aspirations, my pursuit is not just about future prospects." Zhang Xianwang's brows furrowed tighter, just as he was about to say more, Ji Xiaoyu suddenly came over. "Going to the Immortal Dynasty might not necessarily lead to a better future," Ji Xiaoyu said to Zhang Xianwang, her tone indifferent, her words blunt, clearly showing no fondness for Zhang Xianwang. Zhang Xianwang saw the Dao patterns on Ji Xiaoyu's forehead and looked perplexed. His eyes shifted back and forth between Guan and Ji Xiaoyu's foreheads. Ji Xiaoyu came to stand beside Guan, turned to face Zhang Xianwang. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Xianwang asked, curious about her identity, but her previous words had displeased him. Ji Xiaoyu replied, "The opponent of the Immortal Dynasty is the Holy Court. By pulling him to the Immortal Dynasty, you're not leading him to a better future but to a path of swords and fires. You probably can't be sure that the Immortal Dynasty will definitely defeat the Holy Court." Zhang Xianwang's face turned ugly, and he said in a deep voice, "I naturally believe that the Immortal Dynasty will have the last laugh, I'm not trying to harm him." Ji Xiaoyu continued, "You may have good intentions, but at this critical juncture, joining the Immortal Dynasty is really not a good thing. At the very least, we should wait until this conflict is over, right?" Guan felt the divine sense of the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor locking onto Zhang Xianwang. If Zhang Xianwang made any wrong moves, he might be annihilated in an instant. He quickly spoke up, "Daoist Zhang, thank you for your kindness, she is also considering my well-being. I apologize on her behalf, her words are indeed somewhat harsh." As he spoke, Guan raised his hand in respect towards Zhang Xianwang, causing Ji Xiaoyu to pout. Zhang Xianwang took a deep breath and smiled, "No matter, she does make sense, and I wasn't thoughtful enough. Let's leave it at that." Guan, worried that Zhang Xianwang might feel uncomfortable, then invited him for a drink, which Ji Xiaoyu did not join, merely watching Zhang Xianwang's retreating figure. Zhang Xianwang stayed in the Third Medicine Valley for an ancient hour before departing. He planned to return to the Immortal Dynasty, and it was uncertain if he would come back in the future. Although Guan had turned him down, Zhang Xianwang still hoped he could live a peaceful life and, before leaving, even gifted him a magic artifact. Guan tried to refuse, but Zhang Xianwang solemnly said, "Our meeting was a form of fate. The world is about to fall into great chaos, having an extra magic artifact by your side is a good thing. I hope we can still have a drink together in the future." Upon hearing this, Guan no longer refused, merely expressing his gratitude and wishing him well in the future. After bidding farewell to Zhang Xianwang, Guan went to a hillside at the edge of the Medicine Valley and sat on the grass, beginning to enjoy the sunset. His eyes held the entire world, capturing the myriad states of all beings. Watching those battles, Guan's determination to make a breakthrough only grew stronger. After reaching a lifespan of 1 billion years, he must make a breakthrough immediately. Guan looked up, searching the heavens for an appropriate place to make his breakthrough. Late at night, Guan took action again, this time heading to the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. Despite being located in a barren land, the Bitter Sea Buddha sect cultivated numerous heavenly and earthly treasures, its legacy by no means inferior to that of Purple Pill Palace or Moonfall Divine Lake. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect had several divine immortals of wondrous dharma. Fortunately, there were no Tao Void mysterious immortals, so no one could detect Guan's movements. It is worth mentioning that Guan saw Lu Lingjun again. Lu Lingjun was meditating quietly under an old tree. Guan went to her medicine garden and helped her gather medicinal herbs without her noticing. Tonight, Guan was going to strive for a lifespan of 1 billion years. The Bitter Sea Buddha sect's mountain peak was vast, with countless medicine gardens on its slopes. Even though he only picked mature medicinal herbs, Guan had only walked 1/3 of the way and had already successfully gathered a lifespan of several 100 million years. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks because 2 notifications emerged before his eyes. Your lifespan has broken through 1 billion years for the first time, initiating the lifespan simulation function. Lifespan simulation. Consume lifespan to conduct simulations. You can simulate everything in reality as well as imagine and create. The lifespan consumed during the simulation will be determined based on the matter being simulated. A smile spread across Guan's face. Finally, a new function had appeared, and now he could conduct his breakthrough with peace of mind. Simulating everything sounded very powerful. Guan immediately had numerous ideas, such as simulating tribulation crossing, combat, and acting. However, whether the simulations would be identical to reality remained to be observed. If they were, that would be quite interesting. Guan continued walking forward. Since he was already here, he would finish gathering before. Chapter 360, Promoted to Mixed Yuan Refining Virtual Body. Eternal Infinity. In the early morning, Guan stepped out from the loft in Mystic Valley and, after descending the stairs, he joined the disciples in practice drills. Lu Jiojia, exceptionally joining the drill this time, chatted with his fellow disciples while they practiced. "Senior brother, when do you think I can unlock the cultivation technique?" Lu Jiojia suddenly asked, his tone filled with anticipation. He was currently cultivating the primordial reincarnation skill, and he felt that the primordial reincarnation skill was more profound than the Daoist expansion skill, which made him even more hopeful about his future. Guan glanced at his lifespan, saying, "Wait a few more decades, don't rush it." Lu Jiojia nodded. He trusted Guan completely, especially since Guan was already a nascent soul realm cultivator. In his eyes, although Guan possessed a very mediocre spirit root qualification, the fact that Guan had reached the nascent soul realm by the age of 400 showed that he had extraordinary comprehension. He guessed that behind the primordial reincarnation skill lay unimaginable great karmic connections, and listening to Guan was his only chance for enlightenment in this lifetime. They talked until the practice drills ended, and then Guan left. He returned to the third medicine valley and, as usual, he spoke a few words with the disciples he met along the way. Today he was in an even better mood. Having reached a lifespan of 10 billion years, it was time for a breakthrough. He projected his divine sense into the cosmos. Although he had already chosen a location, he feared that living beings might intrude nearby, so he needed to observe it again. Suddenly, he came up with a bold idea. Should he attempt to break through in the silent destruction domain? The silent destruction domain was even more vast, and it also contained abundant spiritual energy. Judging by the commotion caused by his last breakthrough to the divine thought true immortal realm, this time it could possibly alarm the great heavenly spirit land. Guan did not want the Holy Court or the Immortal Dynasty to discover the birth of a new 9th level of Immortal Path. The 9th level of the Immortal Path, known as the Free Immortal. Thinking of how powerful Long Zhan and Lu Han were when they reached this level, Guan felt an intense surge of excitement. After making a round in the third medicine valley, Guan returned to his loft. He then projected his divine sense into the silent destruction domain. The cosmic space within the silent destruction domain was even darker, stars unseen, permeated with a murky Taoist aura, giving one a sense of oppression. In the silent destruction domain, many enormous fierce beasts roamed, some even as large as the Taitsong continent. After a long while, Guan found the location for his breakthrough and decided to make his breakthrough tonight. Guan withdrew his divine sense and suddenly thought of the lifespan simulation. Should he simulate crossing the tribulation? Immediately, he activated the lifespan simulation, thinking of the tribulation crossing. Simulating the evolution of your current realm to cross the tribulation will consume 1 million years of lifespan. Continue? 1 million years? What a scam! How could Guan dare to continue when there was a high probability of failing the tribulation crossing? After all, he could only rely on his physique to survive the simulated tribulation. Guan turned his head, his gaze falling on the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor was at the 8th level of divine thought, true immortal cultivation. Should he try to battle him to see whose actual combat strength was superior? Guan immediately started simulating the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Locking onto the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, beginning deduction simulation value, simulating a battle with the current Tao Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor will consume 1,000 years of lifespan. Continue? Only 1,000 years? Guan was pleasantly surprised, then instantly realized the trap. If he won, all was well, but if he lost, he would definitely dwell on it, and 10 times that would be 10,000 years of lifespan, a total consumer trap. Oh well, let's try it just once. Guan chose to continue, then closed his eyes, his thoughts entering the simulation space. The environment was still the supreme sect, enormously vast. Other than him and the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, no one else was visible. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor rose from behind a distant peak, looking down from high above at the standing area in the 3rd Medicine Valley. Watching the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, Guan suddenly had a nostalgic feeling of playing one-on-one battle games from a past life, finding it quite amusing. Start the battle. Boom! In an instant, the entire supreme sect turned to flying ash. From high above, the vast Taizong continent also shattered, with nearby oceans stirring up terrifying waves. After the duration of 30 minutes, Guan opened his eyes, his expression peculiar. Why is he so weak? Guan felt helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that had spent 1,000 years of lifespan, he could have easily killed the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. Thus, during the simulated battle, he let the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor attack most of the time, who had great difficulty breaking through the defenses of the Daoist gang primal energy and the primordial ultimate body. Guan built confidence in himself. Indeed, he was very strong within his own realm, not to be misled by his failure in crossing the tribulation. High-level cultivators all have significant backgrounds, and crossing the tribulation certainly isn't reliant on one's own power alone. Moreover, the heavenly tribulations Guan faced were stronger than those of his peers, evident just from the name of the tribulations. Guan calmed his feelings, closed his eyes, and dozed off in his chair, waiting for nightfall. In the evening, Guan left the 3rd Medicine Valley, his departure done openly, and also through the teleportation array, leaving the valley's disciples without doubts since he often visited other medicine valleys. After arriving at Mystic Valley, Guan stayed for a while before leaving. He walked through the forest for an hour before vanishing into thin air. He performed the ultimate Taoist invisibility, turning himself into nothingness, and left the cosmos at full speed. Upon entering the silent destruction domain, he flew towards the location he had previously chosen. Soon, he landed on a meteor, with other various-sized meteorites in the distance. The meteor he was on was situated at the edge of the meteor cluster, quite inconspicuous. The moment he landed, Guan activated the lifespan barrier. Then he finally breathed a sigh of relief and comfortably sat in meditation. He did not start upgrading immediately, but instead looked into the distance, sensing the surrounding rule forces. He found that the rule forces here were very similar to those around the divine origin great heaven and earth and the primordial great heaven and earth. Could all great heavens and earths be encircled by the silent destruction domain? Or was the universe initially a silent destruction domain scene, with the great heavens and earth being born later? Guan delved into deep thought, and after a while, he finally pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, 419/1-030-812-376, physique, primordial ultimate body, cultivation, 9th layer of divine thought true immortal realm, 10 billion years of lifespan. The more he looked, the more exciting it was. First, let's upgrade the physique. Previously, he had used 20 million years of lifespan to upgrade the primordial karmic body to the primordial chaos body and then upgrade it to the primordial ultimate body. This time, upgrading the primordial ultimate body would require at least another 20 million years of lifespan, right? Forget it, let's go bold, throw in 50 million years of lifespan. Physique not only affects qualification but also impacts actual combat abilities. The stronger the strength, the higher the success rate of crossing the tribulation. Guan immediately infused 50 million years of lifespan into the primordial ultimate body. His lifespan abruptly dropped by a digit, falling to over 980 million years. A whirl of prompts crazily popped before Guan's eyes. For the first 30 million years, the primordial ultimate body did not undergo transformation but continued to strengthen. Until 35 million years, the primordial ultimate body transformed into the chaos-refined illusory body. Then, the chaos-refined illusory body continued to sense the Tao rules, constantly enhancing its perception power of the Tao rules. Ultimately, the chaos-refined illusory body could not advance further, but Guan was already satisfied. Boom, the surrounding spiritual energy frenziedly surged towards Guan. The spiritual energy within the silent destruction domain was of a higher grade than the nature's spiritual energy, mixed with an essence of Tao rules, and was known as Tao spiritual energy. Absorbing Tao spiritual energy could not only enhance cultivation but also amplify the perception power of Tao. Of course, if the cultivation realm was insufficient, absorbing Tao's spiritual energy would only damage the physique and harm the soul. It seemed, thus, that the mysterious light covering the great heavenly spirit land might be a protective measure. Reaching the level of heaven and earth flying immortal would ensure safe absorption of Tao's spiritual energy. Guan closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in enlightenment, feeling the creation of the chaos-refined illusory body. After transforming the primordial ultimate body into the chaos-refined illusory body, its great divine power, the ultimate Tao Chaos Pan, although not qualitatively changed, was fully unleashed, reaching a pinnacle state. The ultimate Tao Chaos Pan was a type of great divine power. Guan had used it before in simulated battles, able to effortlessly crush the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. If deployed at full power, it could even engulf the entire great heavenly spirit land. If Guan's cultivation was more robust, he could unleash even more terrifying might. As Tao's spiritual energy furiously entered Guan's body, the cosmic space around him stirred up Tao winds, whimsical and wanton, shaking the distant meteor cluster. Just as this commotion started, Guan sensed many powerful divine senses and divine thoughts sweeping over. The weakest was from the realm of divine immortal of wondrous Dharma. Sure enough, the silent destruction domain harbored numerous fearsome beings. As time passed, more and more divine thoughts appeared, signifying that he had alarmed the divine thought true immortals. Fortunately, those beings only used divine thoughts for observation and did not personally patrol. An hour later, Guan successfully cultivated the chaos-refined illusory body. He opened his eyes to see that the lifespan barrier had consumed 5 million years of lifespan. Such a huge consumption. Guan again pulled up his attribute panel, looking at his main cultivation technique, the myriad creation limitless skill. Upgrading from the primordial chaos supreme holy skill to the myriad creation limitless skill had earlier cost 20 million years of lifespan. Guan now planned to throw in another 50 million years of lifespan. Cultivation techniques and physiques were the most crucial, other divine skills and ultimate skills were just embellishments. Currently, he had too many Daoist sorceries, it wasn't feasible to upgrade them all. 50 million years of lifespan, throw. One digital prompt after another jumped before his eyes, and he carefully observed. Eventually, the myriad creation limitless skill was upgraded to the eternal infinite skill. An overwhelming legacy memory surged into Gu An's mind. The function of the eternal infinite skill allowed Gu An's mana to exist indefinitely unless erased by a stronger force. Besides this characteristic, the strength of Gu An's mana also increased severally. Deploying the same amount of mana, his destructive power was now several times stronger than before. The divine skill awakening from the myriad creation limitless skill, the unlimited avatars, was also enhanced. His avatars could now exist indefinitely as well, but the avatars could not have separate spiritual wisdom. The existences of the unlimited avatars meant that Guan had additional eyes and bodies. The avatars were only made from mana, hence not as strong as the original. Who knew who could force Guan to deploy the unlimited avatars? He possessed many divine skills, but he rarely used any. Of course, he hoped not to encounter a situation where he had to use all his skills to survive a crisis. The Tao spiritual energy erupted again, and this time, it finally alarmed a powerful being to appear. Guan lifted his eyes to see a massive figure emerging from the darkness, just an outline, resembling some demon creature. This was also the largest being Guan had ever seen in his life, larger than the great heaven and earth. Merely looking at its form was enough to feel the oppressive. Chapter 361, Breakthrough to the Free Immortal Realm 9 Layers. Guan gazed upon that mysterious and colossal entity, feeling a deep sense of wariness in his heart. He could sense that this being was immensely powerful, far surpassing the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, likely having reached the 9th level of the immortal path. Thanks to the protection of the lifespan barrier, the other side did not detect Gu An's presence and quickly left the area. The Tao spiritual energy within the universe was in turmoil, expanding its influence increasingly vast. It did not spread out in the manner of a vortex but expanded irregularly, making it impossible for passing beings to trace its origin, which was quite bizarre. While Guan was wary of them, those hidden beings were also wary of this region. The universe space within the silent destruction domain was filled with a tense atmosphere. As inherited memories continued to delve deeper, Guan closed his eyes, immersed in them, perceiving the mysteries of the eternal infinite skill. Time moved swiftly. Another ancient hour passed, and Guan had completely mastered the intricacies of the eternal infinite skill. Guan couldn't help but marvel at the power of evolutionary cultivation. Even though he possessed the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han, mastering their cultivation techniques and divine skills still required cultivation because simply remembering was not enough. One needed to transform both body and soul. Evolutionary cultivation could accomplish this, and even compress the time to about an ancient hour, which, for his level, was almost the same as direct mastery. Inheriting cultivation techniques cost another 4 million years of lifespan. Guan looked at his remaining lifespan of 9 billion and over 20 million years, feeling quite composed. An idea suddenly struck him. He needn't only enhance his own divine skills and ultimate techniques to a higher realm, he could also elevate Xiao Shengxian's, Long Zhan's, and Lu Han's proudest divine skills to the returning to the truth realm, potentially increasing all aspects of his strength and possibly consuming less lifespan. Having thought this, Guan began to act. He brought up his attribute panel and started investing lifespan. In the end, he elevated 7 divine bodies, fighting will, heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect, and destruction Dao seal to the returning to the truth realm, consuming a total of 90 million years of lifespan. These 4 transformations each had their prowess, involving different forces of rules. While 7 divine bodies was slightly weaker, Xiao Shengxian's fighting will was surprisingly on par with Long Zhan's heavenly dragon reincarnation dharma aspect and Lu Han's destruction Dao seal, which came as a surprise to Guan. In the attribute panel, fighting will was not categorized as a divine skill, spell, or ultimate technique but created its separate entry known as Daoist intent. Xiao Xingtian lived only 143 years but could fathom such transformations. His talent was certainly terrifying. Unfortunately, he had encountered the Black Profound Emperor. Perhaps this was why the Black Profound Emperor sought him out. Of course, the fact that Xiao Xingtian had the ability to seize lifespan from a young age did not prove his talent was stronger than that of Long Zhan or Lu Han. Another 8 million years of lifespan was consumed by the lifespan barrier, so Guan turned his focus onto his cultivation level. Cultivation was the paramount concern. Let's try with 100 million years of lifespan to test the waters. Guan remembered that when he was assaulting the divine thought true immortal realm, it required 300,000 years for each tribulation crossing, but he wondered how much it would need this time. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 400,000 years, forcibly assaulting the free immortal realm with the great accomplishment of the eternal infinite skill, started the tribulation, but failed to withstand the heavenly Tao punishing immortal 9 severe array, tribulation failed. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 800,000 years, forcibly assaulting the free immortal realm with the great accomplishment of the eternal infinite skill, started the tribulation, but failed to withstand the heavenly Tao punishing immortal 9 severe array, tribulation failed. 400,000 years per tribulation crossing. Fortunately, the difficulty had only increased by 100,000 years. The enhancements to his physique and cultivation technique had worked. According to the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han, the gap between the free immortal and divine thought true immortal was enormous. A first-level free immortal could easily crush a 9th-level divine thought true immortal. This was also why Shengtian dominated the great heavenly spirit land and intimidated the silent destruction domain. Guan guessed that, had he not been enhanced, he would need more than 800,000 years to wait for the next breakthrough after failing the tribulation. Just as Guan was pondering, multiple prompts started to flash rapidly. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 24,800,000 years, forcibly assaulting the free immortal realm with the great accomplishment of the eternal infinite skill, started the tribulation, endured the heavenly Tao punishing immortal 9 severe array, tribulation succeeded, your cultivation level advanced to the first layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 31 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the second layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 39 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the third layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 85 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the seventh layer of the free immortal realm. You performed chi absorption cultivation for 100 million years, your cultivation level advanced to the eighth layer of the free immortal realm. It actually succeeded. Gu An's face lit up with joy. He had been prepared to lose 100 million years without gain, but as long as the breakthrough consumed less than 300 million years of lifespan, he could accept it. Once reaching the free immortal realm, each level required millions of years of lifespan to advance. Guan didn't find this excessive as evolutionary cultivation naturally required more lifespan than real life. Moreover, once attaining the free immortal realm, increasing cultivation was as much about understanding the rules as it was about chi absorption cultivation. Long Zhan had encountered several free immortals who had struggled to break through for tens of millions of years. Could it be that the previous reincarnation evolution had played a part? Guan did not dwell on the thought, his mood cheerful as he continued to invest lifespan, spending another 20 million years to elevate his cultivation level to the ninth layer of the free immortal realm. Tao's spiritual energy began to surge around him, stirring upheaval throughout the universe once more. This disturbance was far greater than the previous one. In the great heavenly spirit land, within the immortal dynasty. Beneath the dazzling starry sky stood a majestic peak with a vast and sprawling square at the summit, dotted with stone pillars emitting golden light. The lord of the immortal dynasty, Yang Xian Emperor, was meditating on a white jade dais. He suddenly opened his eyes, looked up, and furrowed his brow. "It's a disturbance from the silent destruction domain," Yang Xian Emperor murmured to himself, his eyes filled with concern. The immortal dynasty and holy court refrained from waging all-out war partly because the silent destruction domain served as a check, fearing mutual destruction would provide an opportunity for the heavenly demon. The disturbance from the silent destruction domain had already affected the cosmic spiritual energy beyond the outer heaven, and this influence continued to expand, possibly reaching the great heavenly spirit land. Even someone as powerful as Yang Xian Emperor could not determine what this signal meant. He recalled a similar disturbance near the silent destruction domain in the universe area beyond the outer heaven years ago, but it was nowhere near the scale of the current disturbance. Could these two incidents be related? He knitted his brow, lost in thought. At the same time, on the other side of the great heavenly spirit land, in the Holy Land where the Holy Court resided, several figures flew out and swiftly reached the outer light layer, looking towards the distance. It's a disturbance from the silent destruction domain. Could someone be breaking through? This disturbance is too exaggerated, isn't it? It's hard to say. It could also be the heavenly demon plotting something. We should still be careful, and not forget the person from beyond the outer heaven who stole treasures from the Holy Court. Could it be related to the Immortal dynasty? They could very well be colluding with the heavenly demon. The great cultivators of the Holy Court discussed heatedly, most of them bearing serious expressions, occasionally glancing towards the direction of the Immortal dynasty. As time passed, the great sects within the great heavenly spirit land also became aware of the anomaly beyond the outer heaven, and more great cultivators flew out of the great heavenly spirit land, reaching the outer light layer. Boom! Within the lifespan barrier, Guan's aura rose sharply, his entire body glowing with the brilliance of the eternal infinite skill. He had officially stepped into the free immortal realm, becoming a free immortal. Upon reaching the free immortal realm, the golden core within his body began to transform. When he had reached the carefree immortal realm previously, his golden core could accumulate the force of heaven and earth rules, forming his own path. Divine Immortal of Wondrous Dharma molded the immortal soul of Wondrous Dharma, Tao Void Mysterious Immortal solidified the path within the golden core, and Divine Thought True Immortal allowed his soul to temper out Divine Thought. The golden core and soul continuously alternated in elevation, achieving a certain balance. This time, it was his golden core's turn. His golden core was transforming into another existence, within which the Tao bloated and annihilated, condensing anew his own path. Guan knew what his golden core was about to transform into. Tao Seed. Owning the memory of Long Zhan, Guan knew what realm lay beyond the 9 layers of the immortal path. The key to reaching that realm lay in the Tao Seed. The Tao Seed would condense Tao fruit, and once it bore fruit, one could reach a whole new level. The free immortal realm was the process of nurturing a Tao Seed. Once the golden core completely evolved into a Tao Seed, Guan's cultivation continued to rise, and his Tao Seed grew rapidly. When he reached the 9th layer of the free immortal realm, his Tao Seed would be in its most perfect state. The birth of the Tao Seed brought many benefits, enhancing his mana, physique, and soul. If the Tao Seed was indestructible, the person would not die. Even if his flesh and soul were annihilated, the Tao Seed could regenerate flesh and soul. This was because the soul's origin had already merged into the Tao Seed. The Tao Seed was more flexible than the flesh and soul and could merge with the laws of the great Tao without being repelled. In other words, the Tao Seed was like a nascent Tao, making it easier to exist within the universe. This is the true meaning of being free. Upon reaching this realm, Guan could better sense the subtle intentions of the universe. An entirely different force from the rules of the great Tao was restraining everything. Enveloped in the transformations of the free immortal realm, Guan was utterly captivated. As he closed his eyes, another pair of eyes appeared in the distant darkness, spying on the void, and soon vanished. Shadowy figures swept past meteor clusters, like illusions, fleeting in an instant. The moon set, and the sun rose. Sunlight swept across the Taizong continent, dispersing the darkness. A new day dawned, and the disciples of the Third Medicine Valley began their usual training, a magnificent sight. Wuju came early in the morning to visit Guan but did not see him. He did not leave but stood at a distance watching the Medicine Valley disciples train. After the disciples had finished their training, an Exian approached Wuju, asking if he had come looking for Guan. Wuju nodded, and an Exian informed him that their master had gone out the day before and would likely return today. Wuju then decided to wait. He walked over to the Go area and watched others play. He preferred watching Chinese chess over Go. Hearing some discuss the romance of the three kingdoms, he couldn't help but join the conversation. The argument was whether Liu Bei was truly virtuous, engaging in an endless debate with a great cultivator from the sect, red-faced with anger. Just then, the transmission array platform lit up, and Guan walked out. Chapter 362, the 419-year-old free immortal of the Nine Layers realm returning to Third Medicine Valley, Guan's face blossomed into a smile. In just one night, he had transformed from the ninth layer of the divine thought true immortal realm to the ninth layer of the free immortal realm, a groundbreaking change of strength. Had it not already been daylight, he would have wanted to continue breaking through. The breakthrough in cultivation level consumed nearly 50 million years of his lifespan barrier, leaving Guan with over 67 million years of life remaining. He felt there was still hope for a successful breakthrough. After reaching the free immortal realm, his perception of the great heavenly spirit land became clearer. He could confirm that both the immortal dynasty and holy court were harboring free immortals. Once the free immortals go to war, it could very well involve the entire world. If he could transcend the free immortal realm, Guan would feel even more at ease. Guan stepped down from the transmission array platform and looked up. In the vast cosmos above, he saw a gray river. Not being within the cosmos, he couldn't reach it by flying upwards, he had to traverse it through the Tao rules. The River of Destiny. The place where Lu Han perished. Guan just watched from a distance, with no immediate intention to step into the River of Destiny. His gaze then shifted to Wu Ju, who rarely took the trouble to visit him, so he naturally went to greet him. Yu Yingying was holding a rabbit as she saw the figure of Guan. She subconsciously looked over and was taken aback for a moment, rubbing her eyes with one hand. Guan was dressed the same as the day before, with no change in his makeup or hairstyle, yet Yu Yingying felt a significant change in him. This change was indescribable for her. Looking at Guan made her want to approach him, but after a longer gaze, she felt an urge to submit. It was a complex emotion, difficult for her to describe. Not only her, but other disciples also couldn't help but take a second look at Guan after seeing him. Guan arrived behind Wu Ju just in time to hear him listing the benevolent deeds of Liu Bei. Wu Ju seemed to sense something and turned his head. Seeing Guan, the anger on his face instantly vanished. "You're finally back. Come on, let's go have a drink." Wu Ju immediately pulled Guan's arm and walked to the side. Guan naturally wouldn't refuse. He called out for an Xian to prepare wine and dishes. The two settled in Guan's loft, sitting opposite each other. "Guan, I've reached the unification realm," Wu Ju excitedly declared, his face brimming with pride. Guan was amused. "You're in the unification realm? I couldn't even sense it until I approached you from behind." He had suppressed his aura to nascent soul realm levels without completely hiding it. This showed that Wu Ju really got carried away easily. Guan wondered if this would cause him trouble in the future. "Really? That's two," Guan feigned surprise, his eyes widening. Wu Ju became even more smug at his expression, boastfully asking, "A unification realm at 421 years old, do you understand what kind of strength that represents?" Guan opened his mouth, then found himself at a loss for words. He knew very well what strength a unification realm cultivator at 421 years old represented. Isn't it just the unification realm? What he wanted to ask Wu Ju was whether he knew what the ninth layer of the free immortal realm at 419 years old constituted in terms of power. An Xian, who had come upstairs to deliver the wine and dishes, found Wu Ju's statement amusing. "Showing off in front of my master?" She placed the wine and dishes on the table, then left. Wu Ju had been speaking loudly on purpose and wondered why an Xian didn't react. Guan noticed this and chided an Xian mentally for not maintaining the composure of an actor, too quick to relax. "Never thought you'd make it this far, although I've always felt you were extraordinary. It turns out I still underestimated you," Guan said with feeling, immediately drawing Wu Ju's attention back. Wu Ju laughed and said, "If it weren't for your constant encouragement in the past, I couldn't have reached this point today." you too can comprehend the path. It's not impossible for you to reach the unification realm in the future. Guan shook his head. That's impossible. How could it be? You have to believe in yourself. Yeah, it's because of belief there's no chance. Guan then asked, you should be able to compare with An Hao and my brotherly now, right? Upon hearing this, Wu Ju's eyes shone. I'm not sure, but I've always aimed to match them. Sadly, I don't know how strong they really are. I'll challenge them once I surpass their realms. Goodness. You like to fight across realms as well? Guan was happy, but he was quite satisfied with Wu Ju's mentality. One can't be arrogant, and one mustn't act rashly. Even the strongest can be vanquished. The two began to talk about the future, mainly about Wu Ju's future. Guan was extremely supportive, hitting all the right notes for Wu Ju. Third Medicine Valley was harmonious and lively, and the Supreme Sect was just the same. Everyone was unaware of the changes outside the heavens. At the moment, the layer of light outside the heavens gathered many great cultivators, with the least of their realms being heaven and earth flying immortal, all gazing at the silent destruction domain. Fu Shenxiu and Bai Zia from Mortal World Peak had also arrived, accompanied by more than a dozen heaven and earth flying immortals. The relationship between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court is really tense, Bai Zia couldn't help but mutter. Immortal spirits from the Immortal Dynasty and cultivators from the Holy Court stood on opposite sides, the farthest apart, and the tension between them was palpable to all factions. Fu Shenxiu looked into the distance and said, I hope this phenomenon allows both sides to temporarily set aside their disputes. Bai Zia looked up and commented with a sigh, the great heavenly spirit land might be strong, but compared to the silent destruction domain, it's still too insignificant. If not for Shengtian, heavenly demons would have trampled the great heavenly spirit land long ago. Fu Shenxiu turned to him and asked, you've been to the silent destruction domain, is it really all heavenly demons there? How could it be? The so-called heavenly demons are just our name for them. The silent destruction domain does have a race of heavenly demons, but we consider all the beings born there as heavenly demons. The domain is boundless, and I don't know just how vast it is. Perhaps there are other great heavens and earths hidden there. Bai Zia spoke wistfully, as if recalling something, his eyes growing dim. While the two discussed the silent destruction domain, other factions were doing the same, sharing their experiences within the domain. Meanwhile, Guan, the instigator behind the phenomena, was in the valley enjoying wine and good times with a friend. This continued until late at night when Guan began to act again. The gap between the free immortal realm and higher realms was immense, a significant leap in stages. Fearing that 600 million years of life might not suffice, he wanted to surreptitiously gather 10 billion years worth. Yes, the last time. This time, once he gathered 10 billion years, he absolutely wouldn't steal again. The act itself made him feel ashamed. To avoid drawing connections to himself, he first went to Mortal World Peak to steal medicinal herbs, making it appear as if they too were victims. To his surprise, he sensed a divine immortal of wondrous dharma cultivating in the main peak, encircled by the chi fortune of Mortal World Peak, likely an elder returned from outer heaven. Guan only stole from the main peak's herbs and then quickly departed, ultimately alerting Mortal World Peak. By dawn, the divine immortal of wondrous dharma stood in front of a pile of harvested mature medicinal herbs, silent for a long time. Only when the sunlight bathed him did he take a deep breath. This world remains unfathomably deep, he sincerely remarked. 10 days later, Guan successfully accumulated a lifespan of 10 billion years. Next was the breakthrough. Guan looked towards outer heaven. The proximity of the silent destruction domain had many powerful beings roaming it, which meant he couldn't rashly choose a place for his breakthrough. He certainly couldn't delve deep into the silent destruction domain. What if an existence like the Black Profound Emperor was waiting? Autumn winds whistled through the forest where Guan sat on a rock, gazing at the sky through the gaps in the leaves. The Blood Prison Great Saint lay beside him, while an Exian practiced the stepping path of age's step. Her movements were smoother than before, each step full of grace, catching even the Blood Prison Great Saint's eyes. The Blood Prison Great Saint also wanted to learn, but simply watching an Xian couldn't unravel the technique for him. He guessed that to learn such divine skills, personal guidance from the master was necessary. He didn't ask, understanding his current form was unsuited for divine skill cultivation. If he behaved well, he would eventually learn once 1,000 years passed. Gu An's eyes turned to the sea. His covert action had still caused disturbances, with the factions from which he had stolen unable to find the true culprit, resorting to seeking help from the Holy Court. The Holy Court gathered the information and dispatched many of its cultivators for investigation. Guan heard some saying the affair might be related to the phenomena outside the heavens, even discussing the heavenly demons' conspiracies. It made him laugh and cry. The initial guesses were accurate, but later they veered off course. Nevertheless, he wasn't worried about being exposed. After all, he would no longer steal after this breakthrough, resuming his usual state to watch the world's changes with a smile. The only downside to a peaceful world is that with stable order, it's hard for those at the bottom to climb, and breaking the rules would easily invite trouble. The resources of the great heavenly spirit land had been divided among various factions. Any land nurturing heaven and earth treasures was always near a sect, with very few ownerless treasures left. Either they were guarded by a sect, or a great demon was watching them. Of course, compared to the turmoil of unrest, Guan preferred peace. Peace may have less opportunity, but it's not as dangerous. If not for the Holy Court establishing order, the 7-star spirit realm would have trampled the supreme sect before Guan could rise. It was the world's rules that kept the 7-star spirit realm from acting recklessly, their vile acts only able to be performed in the shadows. Gu An's divine thought suddenly fell on Zhu Shi of Moonfall Divine Lake. In the vast world, only a handful of people he had physically seen could reach the peak longevity of 9,999 years before the Nirvana realm, and how, the evil emperor, Yang Jian, the Blood Prison Great Saint, Ji Xiaoyu, and Zhu Shi. Among them, the evil emperor, the sect hierarch of the ephemera sect, was trapped under the immortal king crown and crushed by Guan. There surely were other individuals with the maximum longevity of 9,999 years in this world, they just hadn't appeared before Guan yet. Perception could not be used for lifespan detection. Guan saw Zhu Shi cultivating, her cultivation level the same as the last time he saw her, with no hint of change. What heights will the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body reach here? Guan was filled with curiosity. Within the great heavenly spirit land, ancient treasure bodies were rare, above them were Daoist bodies, and higher still were holy bodies. The Tai Chu swallowing yuan body was comparable to the primordial karmic body, exceeding even the holy bodies. In terms of physique alone, Zhu Shi was much stronger than An Hao and Yang Jian. Of course, physique was just one aspect of talent. Like An Hao, his intellect was equally remarkable. 9,999 years is the limit of longevity for the human race beneath the Nirvana realm, but it doesn't necessarily mean the limit of their gifts. Chapter 363, Peeking into the Future. Master, I can't train anymore. An Xian approached Guan, speaking feebly. Guan came back to his senses, nodded slightly, then stood up and took an Xian and Blood Prison Great Saint away. Master, do you think the Immortal Dynasty will fight with the Holy Court? Everyone outside is saying that great changes are coming, an Xian asked curiously as she walked beside Guan. The ancestor of void illusions blessed all beings, causing the status of the Immortal Dynasty in the hearts of all beings to soar. Now, in the eyes of most beings, the Immortal Dynasty was even stronger than the Holy Court. Once the Immortal Dynasty defeated the Holy Court, a new era would begin. Perhaps, Guan answered, but it has nothing to do with us. The Taizong continent can't participate in such a struggle yet. Looking at the lights in outer heaven, Guan suddenly felt that he delayed the conflict between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. Now the entire great heavenly spirit land feared the silent destruction domain and dared not rashly go to war. Guan suddenly felt very great, thinking that his breakthrough could help maintain peace in the world. Perhaps such peace could only last a few decades, 100 or 200 years, but mortal spirits could only live that long. An Xian continued to inquire. She was very curious about who was stronger between the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court. Guan didn't make a judgment, his answers were equivocal, but this didn't hinder her imagination. Seeing that her master didn't want to speak more, she started chatting with the Blood Prison Great Saint. In the following days, Guan's divine thought explored the silent destruction domain daily, looking for the right time to break through. The commotion he had previously caused was too great, making powerful beings linger near the silent destruction domain. Not only was the great heavenly spirit land tense, but the forces within the silent destruction domain were also nervous, thinking that the great heavenly spirit land was going to invade them. As autumn passed and winter came, the year's flying snow arrived on schedule. In the early winter, Guan took an Xian to Mortal World Peak, and an Xian walked to one side to cultivate on her own. It wasn't long before Zhu Xinglan came to visit Guan. "Master, there have been thieves on Mortal World Peak lately," Zhu Xinglan said with a solemn expression. Guan raised an eyebrow, asking in surprise, "What kind of thieves? Were there any casualties?" "No, but many garden areas had medicinal herbs harvested, including our Mortal World Peak's medicine garden. Fortunately, only harvesting was done, and there was no damage. Even the Supreme Elder of the main peak couldn't find the real culprit. Also, I heard that there were strange phenomena beyond outer heaven recently. Do you think it could be the work of the heavenly demon?" Zhu Xinglan said anxiously. "The higher you stand, the more dangers you see. With external threats from the heavenly demons and internal tensions between the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court at knife point, how could he not think more? Moreover, a heavenly demon was hidden beneath Mortal World Peak." Guan frowned and pretended to calculate with his fingers. Zhu Xinglan seemed to think of something, adding, "Moreover, other sects have encountered similar situations to Mortal World Peak, with medicinal herbs mysteriously harvested without anyone knowing who the perpetrator is." Guan asked, "How many times has this happened on Mortal World Peak?" "Just once." "Then let's wait and see, it might just be a false alarm." "Perhaps." Zhu Xinglan felt it made sense and then began to speak about the situation of Dingtian Peak. Not long after, Zhu Xinglan left, and Guan began to enjoy some leisure time, not in a rush to harvest herbs since the recent situation was tense. A lifespan of 10 billion years should be enough for him to break through. After reading for a while, Guan's gaze turned towards outer heaven. He saw a great battle unfolding within the silent destruction domain. The combatants were divine thought true immortals, and they were not beings from the great heavenly spirit land. Beings born in the silent destruction domain differ distinctly from those of the great heavenly spirit land in terms of aura, so the heavenly demon was easy to identify. Guan watched the battle, curious to see how the divine thought true immortals of the silent destruction domain compared to the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor in strength. The true immortals fighting resembled the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor in the simulation, each strike deadly, showing no mercy, clearly bearing deep hatred. After watching for a while, Guan felt they were not as strong as the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. It was unlikely that even both together could defeat the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. No wonder the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor could travel from the Yin-Yang domain and even penetrate the Holy Court and leave triumphantly. Guan speculated that the Reincarnation Path Emperor and the Holy Court had some causal connection, otherwise, the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor wouldn't have been able to steal the Reincarnation Path Emperor's soul jade from within the Holy Court. He waited until he took an Xian back to the Supreme Sect, and those two divine thought true immortals were still undecided in their battle. As night fell, Guan read in the attic, a stove nearby with a pot of wine brewing on it. This atmosphere in the cold winter felt very warm. The door was pushed open, and Ji Xiaoyu walked straight in. "Why didn't you knock?" Guan didn't look up as he responded, already having an idea in his mind. That was to capture Xiantiani, lock him in a small black room, and make him write books every day. What great potential for writing, cultivating immortality was wasting him. Ji Xiaoyu closed the door and then sat down at the table, starting by saying, "Your temperament has changed somewhat recently. Are you cultivating some miracle skill?" Guan glanced at her and said, "Because I love to read, books nourish the spirit." Ji Xiaoyu smiled and looked at Green Hero Travelogue, then said, "Such books can nourish the spirit? It's a good thing your cultivation level isn't high, otherwise, you'd surely become a disaster for the world." Guan put away Green Hero Travelogue, coughed, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Since Ji Xiaoyu absorbed the soul jade brought by the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor, her cultivation level had been rising faster and faster, and now she was at the 9th layer of the Void Crossing realm. Be aware she was only 263 years old. "I'm planning to leave for a few years and will leave tomorrow morning," Ji Xiaoyu said as she looked around the room. "What are you going to do?" "Breakthrough." "Another breakthrough? What realm are you at now?" Seeing Gu An's shocked expression, the corners of Ji Xiaoyu's mouth lifted, and with a soft voice, she said, "Void Crossing Realm, 9th layer, ready to break through to the Unification Realm." Gu An's eyes widened, muttering, "To catch up to Wu Ju. Who told you not to cultivate diligently?" "Our gap will only widen further," Ji Xiaoyu said with a faint grievance. She had thought Gu An's change in temperament was due to cultivation, only to be disappointed. Hearing this, Guan argued, "I am still nascent soul realm, a nascent soul realm at 400 years old, how can I not be considered a genius? I was just born in the wrong era. If I had lived a few hundred years earlier, the supreme sect would have made much of me." Ji Xiaoyu shook her head, laughing, and said, "Have you ever thought that the reason you have the achievements you do today is because the supreme sect has grown stronger? When comparing talent, you should compare with those around you, not just yourself." Guan grinned awkwardly, unable to reply. Seeing his expression, Ji Xiaoyu's heart softened, and she didn't pursue the topic further but instead asked, "Is there anything you need? I can bring it back for you." "That won't be necessary, I don't need anything." The two began to chat leisurely, discussing whatever came to mind, neither feeling awkward. This feeling was like that of an old married couple. Ahem. What am I thinking about? Guan cursed in his mind, then started to probe Ji Xiaoyu's karma. After reaching the 9th layer of the free immortal realm, his karmic and life path cultivation became even stronger. He could see the development of Ji Xiaoyu's life path for the next 1,000 years. Although Ji Xiaoyu's fate had many variables, there were also overlaps with others. That was, she would be involved in the Great War between the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court. In the future, the whole world, including the Supreme Sect, would get swept up in this conflict. The Supreme Sect supported the Holy Court because Sword Venerable Fudao had joined the Holy Court, and the Holy Court continuously tried to tie the Supreme Sect to their chariot. Guan could see the future through the beings of the Supreme Sect, and he had no thoughts of preventing or changing it, rather, he felt a sense of detachment. At first glance, all beings lived according to a heavenly scripted drama, but he could foresee everything and had the power to change it, a feeling wonderfully sublime. After chatting for an hour, Ji Xiaoyu finally left. Guan then stood up and went to the stove, lifting the wine jug to pour himself some wine. Ji Xiaoyu was preparing for a breakthrough, and he was also ready for his own. It was truly a double celebration. Tonight deserved celebration. The next morning, Ji Xiaoyu left Third Medicine Valley. After joining his disciples for training, Guan also left on his own. He stayed at Mystic Valley for a while before departing. Using his ultimate art to turn his body into illusion, he concealed his form, and combining the cosmic path divine skill to hide his own aura and karma, he directly crossed through the light layer of outer heaven, unnoticed by any great cultivator, and flew towards the silent destruction domain. This time, Guan headed in another direction. Soon, he entered the silent destruction domain and landed in a nebula. He could sense beings roving in all directions, those two divine thought true immortals still locked in battle. He couldn't manage that much anymore, he had to break through as soon as possible. Settling into a meditative pose, he activated his lifespan barrier, then accessed his attribute panel. Name, Guan, lifespan, for 19/1004/613-224, physique, mixed origin refining void body, cultivation level, free immortal realm, 9th layer, a lifespan of 10 billion years should be enough for a successful breakthrough, right? Guan suddenly felt worried. He had decided this time to not enhance his divine skills or cultivation techniques any further but to directly attempt the breakthrough. After all, there's no limit to enhancement in various aspects, and he was more concerned with ascending realms. There was no need to wait any longer. Never mind. A direct breakthrough. If 10 billion years of lifespan isn't enough, then hell just have to wait more. Guan's expression hardened, his gaze lingering on his cultivation level section. Invest 1 billion years of lifespan. You undergo energy absorption cultivation for 2 million years, using the eternal infinite skill's great accomplishment to forcefully attack the Tao fruit realm, begin tribulation crossing. You couldn't endure the heavenly Tao Tai divine element grand tribulation. The tribulation crossing failed. You undergo energy absorption cultivation for 4 million years, using the eternal infinite skill's great accomplishment to forcefully attack the Tao fruit realm, begin tribulation crossing. You couldn't endure the heavenly Tao Tai divine element grand tribulation. The tribulation crossing failed. Well. 2 million years for one tribulation crossing? That's a huge gap. Guan's eyelids twitched. But thinking of Long Zhan's tremendous strength after his successful breakthrough, he felt slightly relieved. What are 2 million years? He had a 10 billion year lifespan and could afford the gamble. One prompt after another jumped out. Guan deliberately only looked at the length of the prompts. No changes at all. Until 1 billion years were exhausted, he still hadn't broken through. Guan took a deep breath and invested another billion years of lifespan. Chapter 364, Breakthrough to the Perfect Completion of the Taoist Repository Free Immortal Realm. The second 100 million years. Guan made his decision and stared intently at the prompts. One after another, the prompts emerged, all of them failures. Facing tribulation every 2 million years, he could only attempt it 50 times in 100 million years. The experience of failing 200 or 300 times before had made Guan increasingly tense. In the end, they were all failures. 200 million years of lifespan, 100 failures. Guan remembered the heavenly Tao Tai divine origin tribulation. Although he hadn't enhanced his cultivation technique or divine skills, he felt all aspects of himself were already sufficiently powerful. This heavenly Tao Tai divine origin tribulation really has some substance. Guan reflected emotionally, then once again committed 100 million years of lifespan. Failure. 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 Guan saw that the lifespan barrier had barely consumed any lifespan and felt as if the barrier was silently mocking him. Another 100 million years. It should be a success now, right? Guan gritted his teeth, no longer able to maintain his composure. The prompt came out again, faster than before. Another failure. Guan had now squandered 400 million years of his lifespan, failing 200 times. He couldn't help but think of Long Zhan. He didn't know how many years of lifespan it had taken Long Zhan to succeed in his breakthrough. He had inherited Long Zhan's memories, but he couldn't see Long Zhan's life-stealing prompts, nor could he hear Long Zhan's inner monologue at that time. He could only experience Long Zhan's life through his own eyes, which was how he was certain he himself was the true incarnation. He wouldn't get lost because of it. Long Zhan had never revealed his life-stealing ability to anyone, nor did he ever talk about his lifespan, so Guan didn't know how many years of lifespan Long Zhan had. However, recalling Long Zhan's memories, he realized that Long Zhan did indeed feel frustrated in the early stages of charging into the Tao fruit realm. Presumably Long Zhan had also failed many times. Guan took another deep breath, cast aside all distractions, and continued with the breakthrough. He still had 600 million years of lifespan left. It would be fine as long as he succeeded. After all, the lifespan is just a number, which can be slowly accumulated. Besides, he was more fortunate than Long Zhan, who only unlocked the life-stealing ability in the late stages of his life, while he was just 419 years old. There were endless possibilities in life. As long as he didn't act as arrogantly as Long Zhan had. Another 100 million years. Guan decided in his heart, and as soon as all prompts had settled, he immediately invested another 100 million years of lifespan. He didn't overlook his attribute panel, which still showed 400 million years of lifespan. Another failure. Guan had to stop, he needed to calm down. 2 more tries. If he still wasn't successful after 200 million years, he would have to stop this time. After all, attempting to break through would consume lifespan in the lifespan barrier. The last breakthrough consumed 50 million years of lifespan, and this time it would definitely double. Here we go again. 100 million years. Guan's eyes turned icy cold, but they soon shifted. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 48 million years, forcefully charged into the Tao fruit realm with the great accomplishment of eternal infinite skill, and began tribulation crossing. You have endured the heavenly Dao Tai divine origin tribulation and succeeded, stepping into the Tao fruit realm. Your cultivation level has broken through to the early stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 85 million years, and your cultivation level has improved to the mid-stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. You have practiced Qi absorption cultivation for 100 million years, and your cultivation level has improved, breakthrough success. The division of minor cultivation levels was no longer 9 layers but was now early and middle stages. It seems that the Tao fruit realm is a major realm, comparable to major stages like the mortal realm and the 9 heavens of the immortal path. Taoist storage-free immortal. This was the realm that Long Zhan had reached. Just when he reached this realm, he was executed by the Annihilation God Emperor. Tao's spiritual energy began to surge towards Guan, and he saw the lifespan numbers on the lifespan barrier start to jump quickly. Guan still had 300 million years of lifespan, and he continued to spend. One prompt after another kept jumping out, and this time, he invested slowly, no longer splurging 100 million years at a time. The late stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. The completion of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. Stop. Just 2 minor realms cost Guan 120 million years of lifespan. He had 180 million years of lifespan left. The lifespan barrier shouldn't dry him out completely, would it? Guan's mood was a bit apprehensive. If really pushed to the limit, he could only cancel the lifespan barrier. He certainly couldn't just wait for death. As vast amounts of Tao spiritual energy entered his body, there was another upheaval in the silent destruction domain. Not only Tao spiritual energy but even the Tao rules of the universe were in upheaval. Almost instantly, those beings who were fighting or exploring in the area were scared into immediate retreat. This upheaval far exceeded the disturbance Guan had made during his last breakthrough. Even true immortals with divine thoughts were frightened into running away. Guan soon closed his eyes, immersing himself in the metamorphosis of his being. His Tao seed began to absorb Tao's spiritual energy, even Tao rules integrated into his body, with cause and effect, destiny rules in the majority, followed by soul and reincarnation rules. Although reincarnation rules have always existed, they were not as perfected as his previous lives' mythology portrayed. The reincarnation rules absorb souls, then let them reincarnate anew. This process is elusive and unstoppable. Guan focused on his Tao seed, which continued to store Tao unique to himself. The path of a cultivator is similar to that of Tao rules, yet different. It's more like a special form of mana. Its execution is also similar to divine skills. Once the Tao seed blossoms into Tao fruit, Guan would be able to fight using his own Tao, entering a higher level of combat with even richer methods. The Taoist storage realm would nurture the first life-bound great divine power. Life-bound great divine powers cannot be passed on to others, only to be exercised by oneself. As Guan contemplated his first life-bound great divine power, he also thought about his immortal path supreme treasure, wondering if he could combine them. that would be even better. He enjoyed writing books, so decided to create a pen. The life-bound great divine power would have to be related to the pen. He quickly had an idea, and as his thoughts flowed, the rate at which Tao spiritual energy and Tao rules powers entered his body accelerated. The influence caused by this also expanded rapidly, soon alarming the great heavenly spirit land. The great cultivators guarding the outer heaven light layer were all startled, standing up one after another. Here it comes again, this time even stronger than before. What exactly is this commotion? Why are even the spiritual energy and rules of the universe in uproar? Unable to capture the source of the anomaly. Everyone be careful. This surely has to do with the heavenly demon. Trouble has piled up one after the other. Could it be the fabled epical tribulation? While the great cultivators were discussing, two figures appeared above them, unnoticed by anyone. These were two free immortals, one from the immortal dynasty, the other from the holy court. The free immortal from the immortal dynasty was known as the ancient immortal emperor, the holy court's free immortal was addressed as Saint Ancestor. The ancient immortal emperor had youthful features with white hair, wearing a white robe, his whole being gleamed with white Tao light, looking out of place amidst the cosmic stars. Is this a breakthrough, or a formation being set up? The ancient immortal emperor asked with a slight furrow in his brows. The Saint Ancestor, dressed in dark Tao robes with black and white hair fluttering slightly, emitted a very strong sense of oppression. His eyes also peered into the depths of the cosmos. It doesn't seem to be either, it's more like some Tao rules are affecting the universe, Saint Ancestor said with a complex tone. Both free immortals lapsed into silence. After a long time, Saint Ancestor looked towards the ancient immortal emperor. You wouldn't interfere in the disputes of the younger generations, would you? The ancient immortal emperor turned to look at him. As long as you don't break our agreement, I naturally won't either. At those words, the Saint Ancestor showed a smile and nodded, let the younger ones fight. Comprehending Tao is what we should be doing. If the heavenly demon really attacks and the great heavenly spirit land faces the threat of destruction, that's when we'll step in. The ancient immortal emperor had no objections. He turned to glance at the great heavenly spirit land with a meaningful look in his eyes. How many lifetimes does Xianxia still have? The ancient immortal emperor asked. Saint Ancestor shook his head, I have no idea. In the early years, he ceased to trust me and began contemplating the heavenly Tao, setting himself on a solitary and strong path. The ancient immortal emperor fell silent, no more questions asked, his gaze returned to the silent destruction domain. Boom! Guan's Tao seed completely solidified into a Tao fruit, officially achieving the Taoist storage realm. At the same time, his Tao fruit manifested Tao patterns, the form of his life-bound great divine power. Guan named his self-created life-bound great divine power as the longevity true words, a divine power primarily based on cause and effect, fate, deciding the life, death, and destiny of beings with words. There was a profound mystery of laws following speech. Guan continued the charge into the mid-stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. He opened his eyes and looked toward the attribute panel, seeing he had 130 million years of lifespan left, his heart somewhat relieved. From this perspective, the lifespan barrier would not exhaust all his lifespan. Time moved swiftly. An ancient hour later, his cultivation level had reached the late stage of the Taoist storage-free immortal realm. Just one more minor realm to go. The mana of the late stage of Taoist storage-free immortal far exceeded the early stage, in both quantity and quality, incomparable to the early stage. An unprecedented sense of power made Guan extremely gratified. He even felt as if the universe couldn't confine him, that he could easily leap out of it. He restrained himself. He felt that terrifying existences were wandering outside the cosmos, perhaps the Annihilation God Emperor, Black Profound Emperor, were waiting for him. He looked into the distance. His divine thought turned invisible, probing far away. Traversing within the silent destruction domain, his divine thought spied many powerful beings. the silent destruction domain still hosted quite a few true immortals and free immortals, though they were very scattered, equivalent to a realm as large as the great heavenly spirit land hardly housing a single free immortal. Crossing vast distances, he saw another great heaven and earth. He didn't linger, continuing onward. Over the following period, he encountered 3 other great heaven and earths, all enveloped by the silent destruction domain. As his divine thought neared its limit, he quickly retracted it and concentrated on breaking through. The nearest great heaven and earth to the great heavenly spirit land was extremely distant. It would take true immortals years just to travel there, passing through many areas of spatial distortion along the way, which cannot be crossed by mere flight. Guan's focus returned to his body, observing his own Tao fruit. He had an intuition that once the Tao fruit bloomed, a new realm would open up. He looked forward to that day. At that moment, Guan seemed to sense something and looked up. In the deep darkness, a pair of gigantic eyes appeared, the same eyes he had seen during his previous breakthrough. Unexpectedly, they had appeared again. They were larger than the great heavenly spirit land eyeballs, showing how immense those eyes truly were. Guan fixed his gaze on these giant eyes, wishing to see through them. Chapter 365, Mysterious Reincarnation. Fate-determining pen. Guan compared his memory with the eyes before him and determined they were not the eyes of the Black Profound Emperor. As for whether they were the eyes of the Annihilation God Emperor, he couldn't decide. Long Zhan had never actually seen the true body of the Annihilation God Emperor and was pinched to death by a hand that the Annihilation God Emperor had reached out. For the time being, he could not see through the cultivation level of this pair of huge eyes, but they indeed gave people an uneasy and oppressive feeling. Relying on the lifespan barrier, Guan wasn't afraid of being detected by the other party. He had originally thought that the eyes would disappear after watching for a while, but that was not the case. He suddenly saw 2 figures flying out from the midst of those giant eyes, and they swept past above Guan at an extremely fast speed, heading towards the great heavenly spirit land. Although they passed above Guan, they were actually very distant from him. Guan turned his head to look, his eyebrows furrowing and a worried expression in his eyes. He could sense that these 2 figures were just from the free immortal realm, but free immortals could easily obliterate the lives in the great heavenly spirit land. He still needed to make a breakthrough and didn't want to act rashly. Moreover, those giant eyes were still there. If he made a move, would he expose himself? Guan saw that free immortals from both the Immortal Dynasty and the Holy Court had appeared and could only hope that they would be able to stop this mysterious enemy. However, the moment those 2 figures that emerged from the giant eyes reached the edge of the silent destruction domain, they suddenly disappeared. Guan keenly caught that they had entered into the reincarnation rules, and then they entered the light layer of outer heaven in a manner incomprehensible to cultivators before their presence completely vanished. During the entire process, even those 2 free immortals were unable to detect them. Is this reincarnation? Guan turned his head back and saw the pair of giant eyes slowly disappearing into the darkness as if they had never appeared. Forget it, first, make a breakthrough. Guan raised his right hand, using his powerful mana to condense the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure he desired. Free immortals could create Immortal Path Supreme Treasures. Naturally, it was even easier for free immortals in a higher realm. While his cultivation level rose continuously, Guan quickly shaped the form of the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, then infused his own Tao into it, forming a restriction structure that stabilized the Dharma treasure. Time continued to move on. After a little half an ancient hour had passed, Guan finally reached the perfect realm of the free immortals. At this moment, he felt a great sense of power, as if he could reach to the heavens and pierce through the earth. His right hand was still shaping the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, divine light shining upon his face, and the golden patterns on his forehead gleamed, making his face appear even more majestic. He seemed to be beholding a piece of heaven and earth, his gaze profound. He glanced at the attribute panel and saw he still had 70 million years of lifespan. He did not rush to lift the lifespan barrier but continued to fashion the Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. With the breakthrough completed, the rate at which the lifespan barrier consumed his lifespan abruptly decreased. The turmoil in the silent destruction domain also began to slow, bringing relief to the creatures hiding all around. It wasn't just the creatures of the great heavenly spirit land who were afraid. The heavenly demons in the silent destruction domain also trembled, as there were tales of calamity everywhere, which is the creatures' worry about the unknown. Faced with unknown dangers, it was easy for them to associate these fears with the heavenly will and calamity. Waiting for the Tao spiritual energy's turbulence to subside and Tao rule surges to cease, the silent destruction domain sank into deathly silence, extremely oppressive. Another 2 ancient hours passed. The immortal path supreme treasure in Gu An's hand finally took shape, but to become a true immortal path supreme treasure, one last step was required, to infuse it with his soul's essence. The immortal path supreme treasure was not just a powerful Dharma treasure but also unique. The reason it could endure eternally was that the essence of the free immortal's power maintained this characteristic. Guan suddenly felt a very special force manifesting in the cosmos, a force similar to that in the layer of light outside of heaven. His immortal path supreme treasure seemed to want to be recognized by this force, yearning for it to be branded upon itself. Could this be the heavenly Tao rules? Guan was secretly alarmed. The heavenly Tao rules always seemed more threatening to him than the Tao rules, mainly because the heavenly Tao rules were too perfect, almost as if they had a will of their own. No. He couldn't let the immortal path supreme treasure make contact with the heavenly Tao rules. Guan forcibly suppressed the immortal path supreme treasure in his hand. After a good while, the immortal path supreme treasure no longer had the desire to approach the heavenly Tao rules. The divine light dissipated. A white brush with black bristles appeared in his hand, looking quite ordinary. Golden characters gradually emerged on the shaft of the brush. The fate-determining pen. Gu An's mouth curved upward, very pleased with himself. He still had over 60 million years of lifespan. This breakthrough had been perilous, but fortunately, he had succeeded. He stood up and disappeared on the spot in an instant. With a single step, he arrived at the edges of Mystic Valley. Following that, he stepped out of the woods into a world where snow fluttered all around. The snow melted rapidly wherever he went. He stopped moving, concealing the aura of his Tao fruit before continuing on his way. Snowflakes fell on him, and his figure gradually was obscured, as if returning to the mundane. 30 minutes later, Guan returned to the third Medicine Valley. He stepped down from the transmission array platform and then headed towards the chess-playing area. This day, Nine-Finger Divine Lord was once again trouncing the less skilled. His opponent was still Xianxia. Xianxia held the romance of the 3 kingdoms in one hand and a chess piece in the other, his eyebrows tightly furrowed, indecisive about his move. There were more than a dozen people surrounding them, including Medicine Valley disciples and great cultivators from the Supreme Sect, all of whom were discussing in low voices. Guan approached them, playing with the fate-determining pen in his hand. Yu Yingying nudged closer, asking curiously, "Did you just buy that brush?" This brush was larger than ordinary, the size of a flute, which piqued Yu Yingying's curiosity even more. "Yeah, bought it this morning, from an old senior. He said it's an immortal path supreme treasure," Guan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Yingying rolled her eyes with disbelief, asking, "Since it's an immortal path supreme treasure, how many spirit stones did it cost you?" 10 top-grade spirit stones. Pretty expensive, right? Ha! Yu Yingying's gaze was like one looking at a fool, the scorn clear in her laughter. Guan extended the fate-determining pen towards her, saying, 100 top-grade spirit stones, I'll sell it to you, taking a little loss. Yu Yingying slapped his hand away with a huff, retorting, "I'm not as foolish as you, I won't buy it. But if you gift it to me, I could consider it." Quite the character, wanting something for nothing. Guan rolled his eyes at Yu Yingying, then continued his walk towards Nine-Finger Divine Lord and the others. Yu Yingying followed, eyeing Guan closely. She had sensed changes in Gu An's temperament multiple times. She always felt that Guan was hiding a secret. Could this guy really have taken Sword Venerable Fudao as his teacher? Guan made his way through the crowd to stand behind Xianxia, with Yu Yingying following close behind. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, sitting opposite, lifted his gaze towards Guan, also noticing the pen in his hand, and smiled. "That's a decent-looking pen you have there, may I take a look?" Guan twirled the fate-determining pen in his hand and said, 100 top-grade spirit stones, I'll sell it to you. This might actually be an Immortal Path Supreme Treasure. An Immortal Path Supreme Treasure? Nine-Finger Divine Lord found this amusing, having just overheard Gu An's conversation with Yu Yingying and initially thought Guan was simply teasing her. He did not expect the kid actually believed it. Pretending to be serious, he looked at the fate-determining pen and said, "Oh? It really seems like it." Gu An's expression immediately became awkward. Did he recognize it? No, he would have to pat him on the shoulder tonight and use the Great Imprisoned Soul Immortal technique to erase this memory. Chapter 366, Heavenly Demon Turbulence. Nine-Finger Divine Lord wasn't sure what Guan was thinking. Seeing the change in Gu An's expression, he feared the young man might actually believe it, so he said, "I was just kidding. With your cultivation level, if it really were an Immortal Path Supreme Treasure, you would be reduced to ashes upon contact." Guan, upon hearing this, relaxed inwardly, but his face contorted as if he couldn't bear to accept this fact. He looked down. Xianxia had already fallen into a dead end and was struggling in vain. "Let me do it," Guan patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said. Xianxia took a deep breath and then stood up. Nine-Finger Divine Lord began to pick up pieces. Picking up the black pieces, he stared at Guan with a smile. "My chess skills have improved. You need to be careful this time." Guan sat down, twirling the fate-determining pen in his hand, and said, "In chess, I cannot lose." Yu Yingying, standing by, had a peculiar look on her face. For some reason, she felt Gu An's statement was very imposing. The Nine-Finger Divine Lord made the first move, and the chess game began. The spectators were engrossed in watching, and Xianxia also wanted to learn from Gu An's moves. Confident, Nine-Finger Divine Lord played quickly, not using his usual tactic of wearing down the old timers. Half an ancient hour later, Guan stood up. Under the admiring gaze of the onlookers, he left, followed quickly by Yu Yingying. Xianxia looked at the chessboard, his face showing admiration. Nine-Finger Divine Lord, however, had a dark expression, staring intently at the chessboard. For some reason, he felt the gap between him and Guan widening, and he couldn't understand why. Guan was planning to go see Longqing, but Yu Yingying was following him. He could feel that Yu Yingying sensed his change, but he wasn't panicked. Now in the great heavenly spirit land, no one could see through his cultivation level. Even if his demeanor had changed drastically, he was still in the nascent soul realm, so neither Nine-Finger Divine Lord nor Xianxia paid attention to his change. The two started chatting casually. Guan brought up the Star Sea congregations. Xian Tianyi had already returned to the Supreme Sect, and in Hao and Liya had also left the Star Sea congregations. Although there was still cooperation between the Supreme Sect and the Star Sea congregations, the latter was rarely mentioned within the Supreme Sect. Yu Yingying came from the Star Sea congregations, but since coming to the Supreme Sect, she had never gone back. In the past, Guan was wary her heavenly demon identity would cause trouble, but now it didn't matter. The silent destruction domain was full of heavenly demons, and Yu Yingying's karma was not as significant as Longqing's. "Do you want to cultivate?" Guan suddenly asked. The reason Yu Yingying couldn't break through was due to the suppression from her heavenly demon karma. Her past life might have been afraid of being discovered, so her reincarnation couldn't break through to a higher realm. With Gu An's current capabilities, he could erase the karmic restrictions within her. Yu Yingying glanced at Guan and said, "Of course I want to, but my identity is special, I cannot cultivate. What if I could help you?" When Yu Yingying heard this, her eyes filled with depth. She shook her head and said, "No need, I will just live out this life honestly and reincarnate sooner. I don't want to become a disaster." After hearing this, Guan fell into silence, no longer speaking. "Why don't you ask me why I think I am a disaster?" Yu Yingying said discontentedly. "This guy is quite good at talking to others, so why is it always awkward with her?" Guan turned his head to look at her, asking, "Is there a need to ask?" This rhetorical question annoyed Yu Yingying so much that she lunged at him, arms flailing. The two playfully scuffled all the way to a forest, where the grass was covered in snow. Long Qing was practicing his fist technique in the snow. Long Qing, 82 years old, looked very young and robust. Each punch he threw carried great force. Seeing Guan and Yu Yingying arrive, Long Qing revealed a smile and greeted them. Before he was 4 years old, an Xian had taken care of him, and after that, it was Yu Yingying who raised him. In his heart, Yu Yingying was like a mother to him, whom he respected deeply, and Guan even felt that in his heart, Yu Yingying held the highest esteem. "Master, Godmother, how is this set of fist techniques?" Long Qing said, then began throwing punches. Guan and Yu Yingying stood side by side, watching his technique. The whistling of his robes swishing filled the forest. Yu Yingying watched Long Qing's form, her face filled with pride. In her heart, Long Qing was also her child. Since Long Qing's arrival, she was no longer melancholic and lived every day fully, looking forward to the day Long Qing would make a name for himself. Guan, on the other hand, compared Long Qing with others of his age, such as Yang Jian. In terms of physical strength, Long Qing was a notch above, but his reaction speed was slower than Yang Jian's, perhaps related to cultivation level. For Long Qing to have such strength without spiritual power was already remarkable. After Long Qing finished demonstrating his fist technique, he turned around and approached Guan and Yu Yingying, raising his fist. "I feel like I can already spar with those in the nascent soul realm, Master, how about I spar with you?" Seeing his spirited appearance, Guan couldn't help but laugh. Yu Yingying glared at Long Qing, "Don't be disrespectful. Are you challenging your master? Is it because I haven't hit you for a long while, and you've forgotten my teachings?" Hearing this, Long Qing quickly explained, "It's just a spar, stopping as soon as contact is made. Mainly because there are no other cultivators in the nascent soul realm in the Medicine Valley, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to stir up trouble in the inner sect. It's fine, come on." Guan smiled. Hearing this made Long Qing beam, and he quickly thanked him. Yu Yingying looked at Guan, nervously saying, "This kid doesn't know his own strength, you need to be careful." Guan shrugged, "Please, I was once a Golden List genius." The Golden List and Celestial List established by the Supreme Sect were still authoritative. Each generation of Golden List geniuses attracted geniuses from all over the continent to compete, although Guan never participated again. Hearing this, Yu Yingying immediately stepped aside. Long Qing stood about 10 paces away, warming up. He was very excited. He had long wanted to test Guan's capabilities. In the Third Medicine Valley, there had always been a legend that Guan was formidable. Although he couldn't compare to Immortal Path great cultivators like the Nine-Finger Divine Lord Wuxia Xianxia, in his own realm, Guan was undoubtedly strong. Guan held the fate-determining pen, waving Long Qing over. Long Qing immediately advanced, lunging toward Guan in one swift step. So fast! Yu Yingying couldn't keep up with Long Qing's speed, and her pupils dilated dramatically. Long Qing threw a punch, like a sea dragon emerging from the abyss, with an explosive sonic boom. Guan reached out with his hand, using the fate-determining pen to block Long Qing's fist so it couldn't reach his chest. Long Qing's face changed dramatically, his right arm couldn't push any further. At that moment, he felt Guan's formidable presence, as unshakable as a mountain. His biggest reliance was his physical strength, and when his strength was far inferior to his opponent's, how could he not panic? Guan's mouth curved into a smile, his right hand holding the fate-determining pen suddenly lifted, lifting Long Qing into the mid-air. He then swiftly raised his leg and kicked. Bang! Long Qing's chest was struck. His eyes bulged, his consciousness briefly blank. Everything happened very quickly. and throughout the process, Yu Yingying didn't see how Guan had made his move. She only saw Long Qing lunging at Guan, then being kicked away. By the time she reacted, Long Qing had crashed into a large tree, shaking the accumulated snow off the branches, nearly burying him. Yu Yingying glared at Guan and said, "Why did you hit so hard?" With that, she quickly ran toward Long Qing. Guan, feeling helpless, thought to himself, "You were worried I'd get hurt by him earlier, so why do you get to play the good person now?" With Yu Yingying's help, Long Qing sat up. He opened his eyes, looking ahead at Guan. For some reason, he suddenly felt awe. Guan's figure in his eyes seemed invincible. Even his second master, Xianxia, couldn't evoke this feeling in him. "You still need more practice, Qing. I'm waiting for your next challenge." Guan's laughter reached Long Qing's ears, pulling him out of his reverent mood. He took a deep breath and nodded vigorously, his arrogance completely dissipated. The winter snow continued to fall. As Long Qing dwelled on his defeat, the great cultivators from outer heaven were deeply worried. With the cessation of the anomalies in the silent destruction domain, the heavenly demons could no longer hold back and began to approach the great heavenly spirit land. They speculated that the disturbances in the silent destruction domain were caused by the great heavenly spirit land, while the great heavenly spirit land suspected they were plotting something. In the days that followed, more and more heavenly demons flew out of the silent destruction domain, reaching the cosmic region near the great heavenly spirit land, confronting the great cultivators on the outer layer of light, clearly demarcated. Time quickly advanced to the end of the year. On this day, Guan was sparring with Tian Yao, Tian Qing, and Tian Bai in the outer world cave. The three demons attacked him together. Although they couldn't gain the upper hand, each was agile and their spells were impressive. Guan, holding the fate-determining pen, easily blocked and dodged their every spell. He was secretly pleased. Although the three demons were always in the Nianchu cave and outer world cave, their strength had been steadily improving. Any one of them could easily defeat Long Qing alone. Together, they could even withstand the unification realm. The strongest, Tian Yao, had already reached the 7th level of the void-crossing realm. Apart from her exceptional talent, this was also due to Guan's investment in elixirs. Tian Yao stopped and said, "Let's stop here for today." Tian Qing and Tian Bai followed suit, panting and sweating, their foreheads and hair damp. They looked at Guan with adoration, immediately rushing to him, each hugging an arm, and began to praise how amazing their master was. Guan was already accustomed to their actions. These were the demons he had raised, there was no helping it, he had to indulge them. Tian Yao approached Guan and said, "Master, lately I have been feeling restless. Can you help me take a look?" Guan asked in surprise, "How should I check?" Tian Yao raised her hands, grasping the front of her robe, preparing to disrobe. "Stop, don't joke around. Tell me more about your feelings," Guan quickly said. He suspected these three demons were plotting something against him. Tian Yao pouted, then talked about her recent feelings. During cultivation, her qi blood was easily agitated, making it difficult for her to calm down and cultivate. She even felt something calling her, which made her uneasy. After listening, Guan looked up, his pupils reflecting a sun, within which a phoenix was hidden. As the heavenly demons approached in large numbers, the 7 suns outside were also disturbed, the mysterious creatures within each awakened, watching the heavenly demons, ready for battle. Chapter 367, I want to become an immortal. I want to establish the heavenly court. Heavenly Phoenix Mountain had always been associated with legends of the phoenix, and Tian Yao's original form was a special bird, harboring a mysterious flame within her body, which led Guan to speculate about her connection with the legendary phoenix. "Master, what are you looking at?" Tian Yao asked nervously. Tian Qing and Tian Bai looked up at the sky and saw nothing, which made them anxious. Could there be something invisible to them that had infiltrated the outer world cave? Guan's gaze shifted to Tian Yao. He saw the causal links related to the phoenix on her, which, while faint, were indeed there, proving that Tian Yao was a descendant of the phoenix. He was not afraid of the phoenix coming after them because the causal connection was too weak. Guan had been unable to detect it even in the divine thought true immortal realm before, indicating that Tian Yao was separated from the phoenix by a vast expanse of time. That phoenix was just a carefree primordial immortal in terms of cultivation. Guan spoke, "Do not worry, I was just looking at your ancestor. The reason for your unease is because your ancestor is restless, and it's affecting you through your bloodline." Ancestor? With both her parents deceased, Tian Yao had long regarded Guan as her only support. Hearing now of the existence of an ancestor, how could she remain indifferent? She opened her mouth but eventually fell silent. Curious, Tian Qing asked, "Master, who is her ancestor, and what is their cultivation level?" Tian Bai also looked at Guan, her large eyes filled with anticipation. Guan counter-asked, "Do you still remember the legend of Heavenly Phoenix Mountain?" At this remark, Tian Yao's expression changed. Anticipation, nervousness, resentment, various emotions flashed through her eyes. For this moment, she seemed unlike her usual naive and romantic self. Could the miss be a descendant of the phoenix? Tian Bai gasped, eyes wide. Guan smiled and nodded, saying, "However, the bloodline has been diluted over who knows how many generations, and the descendants of that phoenix are beyond count." He wasn't joking. Following the causal thread of the phoenix, he saw the myriad causalities throughout the world related to it, with countless descendants like Tian Yao, even the ones in the sea. After hearing these words, Tian Yao seemed to shed a burden, visibly relieved, and a smile appeared on her face. Guan looked at her and asked with a smile, "Were you afraid just now?" Tian Yao nodded, "I don't want any ancestor, I just want to be with you, Master. When I was imprisoned by the Heaven Phoenix Demon Mother, when I was hunted, no ancestor showed up." Knowing about the existence of an ancestor, her heart was more filled with worry and fear. She was afraid that Guan might send her to that ancestor. Guan moved forward, rubbed her head, and laughed, "What are you thinking? How could I possibly abandon you? Even if the phoenix came for you, I wouldn't agree. I've raised you for so many years, how could it be for nothing?" Hearing this, Tian Yao's smile brightened. In reality, if she wanted to leave, Guan wouldn't stop her. Now he was powerful enough not to fear exposing the outer world cave. But he feared that saying he was willing to let Tian Yao go would instead make her anxious. Tian Qing and Tian Bai didn't think too much. They were more curious about how powerful the phoenix was. "Don't ask any more. The phoenix is definitely powerful. Be careful, or it might invade your dreams and devour you." Guan hummed, frightening the two, and they dared not ask further questions. It wasn't until noon that Guan left. He went to the North Sea Mountain, where, as the mountain god, he met with Sage Xianmiao. Sage Xianmiao had grown accustomed to a life away from worldly affairs, spending his days tending flowers and herbs, content and at peace, occasionally discussing the paths with passing cultivators, a life he found pleasant enough. When Guan, transformed into a small mountain god figure, approached him, he was no longer as constrained as he had been hundreds of years ago. He stood up and bowed. Guan sat on the eaves and asked, "Have you encountered any confusion in your recent cultivation?" Though the lifespan offerings from the mountain god temple weren't much, Sage Xianmiao's sincerity touched him, so he was willing to give guidance on cultivation. Sage Xianmiao shook his head and smiled, "Not at the moment." He looked up at the mountain god on the eaves, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "In your view, do the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court qualify as immortals?" This question he had long wanted to ask but feared offending. The methods by which the founder of the Immortal Dynasty bestowed blessings on all beings had shocked him, overturning his imagination. In his view, not even a mountain god could achieve that. Now that he heard the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court were about to go to war, it left him with complex feelings. How could immortals quarrel over power and profit like mortals? If the Immortal Dynasty and Holy Court were not truly immortals but merely powerful beings, why should humans be stronger than immortals? Various confusions took root in Sage Xianmiao's mind, making him even more eager for answers. Guan, legs crossed, looked down at Sage Xianmiao. His eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were so profound as he asked, "What do you think an immortal should be like?" "Like you, protecting the common folk without being swayed by worldly interests." "If that's the case, why ask a question to which you already know the answer?" Sage Xianmiao frowned, unsure how to express himself. Guan asked, "Do you think they are stronger than me, making you unsure of who the true immortal is?" Sage Xianmiao nodded, watching Guan nervously, fearful of offending the mountain god. "Have you considered what it means to cultivate with me? If you are so fixated on immortals, why not think about becoming one yourself?" Faced with the mountain god's inquiry, Sage Xianmiao's eyes widened, and he asked in astonishment, "How could I possibly become an immortal? Your confusion is the confusion of the entire world. What you see might not be correct. The world is waiting for the true immortal to appear. Why couldn't you be that immortal?" Guan said meaningfully. In fact, he was bluffing, wanting to keep Sage Xianmiao focused on cultivation. Over the years, whenever someone came by, Sage Xianmiao would zealously preach about the mountain god's power and compassion, leading to more and more people calling mentally for the mountain god's help when in distress. Though Guan paid no attention, those people's hopes formed a source of power similar to Qi fortune, which he called desire power. Perhaps the true path for an immortal required walking the way of desire power, to truly feel the suffering of all beings. However, Guan's pursuit wasn't immortality, he sought longevity. If Sage Xianmiao so desired to be an immortal, Guan wouldn't mind nurturing him to become a true immortal. To become an immortal, the most crucial aspect is the ability to save the common folk. Simply having a good heart isn't enough. After listening to Guan, Sage Xianmiao fell silent, his heartbeat accelerating. Guan leaped down from the eaves, walked out of the courtyard, and went to pick medicinal herbs, with Sage Xianmiao hurriedly following. Can someone like me really become an immortal?" Sage Xianmiao asked cautiously. Without turning his head, Guan replied, "Immortality isn't about high status. With the right intention, it can be achieved." Sage Xianmiao's expression changed, deeply moved by these words. After a long time, the two returned to the courtyard. Guan was about to leave when Sage Xianmiao suddenly looked up at him on the eaves and said, "Mountain God, I've figured it out. I want to become an immortal, I want to establish the heavenly court." Guan stopped walking, turned his head to look at him, and asked in surprise, "The heavenly court? That's the celestial authority from Journey to the West. In the book, the celestial beings fight demons and control the weather for the sake of the common folk. Although the heavenly court in the story has its flaws, at least they care about the common folk." Sage Xianmiao spoke earnestly, and by the end, his facial expression turned determined, his eyes gleaming brightly. Guan smiled and said nothing more, then disappeared from the eaves. Sage Xianmiao, filled with grand ambitions, sat cross-legged, deciding to cultivate diligently from now on, not to disappoint the mountain god's faith in him. Spring arrived. This new year was livelier than usual because the Supreme Sect invited many schools to join the Spring Festival celebration. The Third Medicine Valley was festively decorated and noisy, all disciples wearing smiles. As night fell, on a temporary stage, disciples took turns performing, keeping the festive atmosphere lively and ebullient. Guan swayed his bowl of wine, his gaze inevitably drifting towards the night sky. Stars filled the sky, glittering and beautiful, as if even the heavens were celebrating. Meanwhile, in outer heaven, the tension between the sects of the great heavenly spirit land and the heavenly demons was escalating. Guan scanned the area. There were more than 1,000,000 heavenly demons, the weakest of them in the loose immortal realm, including 2 divine thought true immortals. This was why the great heavenly spirit land dared not make a move rashly. He saw cultivators from the holy court negotiating with a divine thought true immortal realm heavenly demon. It seemed that the heavenly demons were the stronger side. The current holy court was not as formidable as the legend suggested. The heavenly demons were also testing the stance of Shengtian, while the holy court side was evasive, clearly hiding something. According to Gu An's judgment, a great battle between the two sides would soon erupt. Guan had no intention of getting involved, given the Immortal dynasty and holy court were handling things. Having just made a breakthrough, he wasn't eager to collect lifespans and preferred to lay low. Long Qing came over, clamoring to have a drinking contest with his master. How could Guan indulge him? He welcomed all challengers. The wine in Medicine Valley was spiritual wine, and even cultivators could get drunk if they had too much. It wasn't until late into the night that the third Medicine Valley finally quieted down. The next morning, Guan left the third Medicine Valley. He arrived at Mystic Valley and after chatting with the disciples for 30 minutes, he entered the 8 scenic caves. From a distance, he saw a huge creature lying under the green vine tree. It was a black sea dragon. Sky Dragon, Void Crossing Realm 5th Level 387/8000/18000. Guan looked at the Sky Dragon's maximum lifespan and felt slightly disappointed. It seemed the Sky Dragon had not encountered much fortune over the years. The sea dragon lying under the tree sensed something, opened its eyes, and upon seeing Guan, rapidly raised its head. "Master!" The sea dragon cried excitedly and then rushed towards Guan, stirring up a gust of wind that shook the surrounding flora. Its body quickly shrank to only 2 meters in length, trying to jump into Gu An's arms, but Guan pressed down its dragon head with the fate-determining pen, keeping it at bay. "Why are you here?" Guan asked. The sea dragon chuckled. "Ancient Sky Sect came to participate in the Supreme Sect Spring Festival, and I sneaked along, wanting to come see you." Guan, unamused, said, "You are the holy beast of the Ancient Sky Sect. Do you think you could really sneak along without notice?" He had already sensed someone approaching the 8 scenic caves. He wasn't angry, even somewhat excited. Chapter 368, Eliminating the Backer. "I am now at the Void Crossing Realm level, they won't be able to detect me," Sky Dragon said proudly. Despite being over 300 years old, its voice had not lost its youthful tone, sounding like a young boy. Guan did not argue, nor did he mention that someone was sneaking into the 8 scenic caves. He sized up Sky Dragon and said, "Are you accustomed to staying with the Ancient Sky Sect? If you want to come back, I can talk to the Supreme Sect." With the current power of the Supreme Sect, wanting to take the Holy Beast from the Ancient Sky Sect would be no difficult task. Sky Dragon replied, "It's quite good, I won't come back. The Supreme Sect is much stronger than the Ancient Sky Sect. The status I would have upon my return would certainly not compare to my former one." Guan smiled to himself, silently thinking what a foolish dragon it was, and thought to himself, then just stay in the Ancient Sky Sect. He would not go out of his way to reveal his strength to Sky Dragon. This was also his attitude toward his disciples. Only those who sincerely and insistently wished to stay by his side would he cultivate seriously. Just at that moment, footsteps were heard from the distant cave entrance, startling both Guan and Sky Dragon as they turned to look. They saw a figure emerge from the cave mouth, a man in black with handsome features, holding a folding fan in his hand and with a palm-sized black spider perched on his shoulder. He looked at Guan and Sky Dragon from afar, a mocking smile on his face, and his gaze then shifted to the green vine tree, his eyes betraying a greedy light. Although Guan could see through his cultivation level, he still could not help but send out a lifespan detection towards him. Demon Chaser, Mystic Heart Realm, 2nd Layer 2107/4600/7500, a 2,000-year-old monster. Guan looked forward to his next move while maintaining a vigilant expression on his face. "Is it you? How did you?" Sky Dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. Guan saw through cause and effect, destiny, and noted the intersection between Sky Dragon and Demon Chaser. Demon Chaser had hidden his identity and joined the Ancient Sky Sect, had visited Sky Dragon, and at that time, Demon Chaser had disguised himself as a nascent soul-level cultivator, treating Sky Dragon with utmost respect. If it weren't for me, do you think you could have come here? Demon Chaser sneered disparagingly. He stepped forward, the aura of the mystic heart realm erupting, startling Sky Dragon, who quickly revealed its true form to stand in front of Guan. You are no match for me, and if we start fighting, this place will be exposed. Demon Chaser said coldly, his gaze fixated on the green vine tree, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Who exactly are you? How can you possess such a cultivation level? Sky Dragon asked through gritted teeth. The Void Crossing Realm and the Mystic Heart Realm were separated by the Unification Realm, and facing Demon Chaser, Sky Dragon felt immense pressure. Guan then began to probe Demon Chaser's cause and effect. Demon Chaser's background was rather profound, with a Mahayana realm master who was seriously injured, hiding in a cave. His master came from a demon sect at sea, with the highest cultivator within reaching the loose immortal realm, incidentally Demon Chaser's martial master. His loose immortal martial master was a traitor from an ancient family lineage. Although a traitor, his brother was still present, and the two shared a close relationship. Demon Chaser's martial master often sought his brother's help when encountering insurmountable troubles. And the strongest person from this ancient family line reached the heaven and earth flying immortal realm. It's worth mentioning that this family's chi fortune was related to another great heaven and earth that Guan detected during his previous breakthrough. That is to say, the origin of this family line came from another great heaven and earth. Guan was not fearful. That great heaven and earth was not substantially stronger than the great heavenly spirit land, moreover, they were far apart. He merely marveled at the complexity of Demon Chaser's cause and effect. Becoming enemies with Demon Chaser could easily entangle one in a series of cause and effect grievances. Defeat the underling, then the superior, and after the superior, the elder. Not long after, Demon Chaser approached Sky Dragon and said, "Kneel down, submit to me, this is your only way to live." His tone was incredibly domineering, brooking no dissent. Guan stepped to the side to let Demon Chaser see him, playing with the fate-determining pen in his right hand, and inquired with an almost smiling tone, "What about me? Do I have a way to live?" Demon Chaser looked at Guan, and Guan's smile annoyed him. He felt provoked. Demon Chaser has developed hostility towards you, seeks to kill you. Do you wish to perform lifespan detection on him? Seeing the prompt before him, Guan couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. His movement caused a chill to flash in Demon Chaser's eyes, who then coldly said, "You? You must die, perfect to feed the green vine tree." Guan asked, "How do you know the green vine tree feeds on flesh and blood? What is your relationship with the Thousand Autumn Pavilion?" He knew the truth, of course, but wanted to ask one more question. After all, there was no hurry at the moment. Demon Chaser suddenly transformed into a wisp of demonic chi and dissipated, startling Sky Dragon greatly. It looked around instinctively and then saw Demon Chaser appear beside Guan. Demon Chaser's eyes widened in disbelief, his right hand trembling as it was blocked by the fate-determining pen. He was not only unable to harm Guan but also unable to retreat, as an invisible force had rooted him to the spot. How is this possible? Who exactly are you?" Demon Chaser asked, his voice quivering with fear. Guan looked down on him and asked, "Since I can't grant you a way to live, do you have any last words?" The sentence sent shivers down Demon Chaser's spine. "If you dare kill me, my master will not let you go." Demon Chaser gritted his teeth. Guan curiously asked, "Your master is just at the Mahayana realm, and he's gravely wounded too, how can he not let me go?" As soon as he spoke, Demonic Chaser's pupils shook violently, and fear and despair enveloped his heart. He seemed to remember something, hastily saying, "My master comes from an immortal path sect, spare me, and well call it quits." Demon Chaser harbors deep-seated hatred toward you. Do you wish to perform lifespan detection on him? The hostility has even increased. Guan looked at the prompt in front of him, completely unmoved, as he had no intention of sparing Demon Chaser. Now, so be it, more deaths to come. Guan withdrew his arm, a terrifying force pressing Demon Chaser to kneel before him with a thud. Sky Dragon gaped, staring blankly at Guan. Memories from a long time ago surfaced in its mind. Guan was holding the fate-determining pen, waving it through the air, and with one stroke, a golden trail appeared before him, floating in the air. The golden light shone on Demon Chaser's face, leaving it completely pale. Guan wrote unhurriedly, forming the character for death. As the final stroke completed, Demon Chaser's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Guan with a mixture of shock and fear, and asked through clenched teeth, "What have you done to me? You have successfully taken 67 years of lifespan from Lingchuanjinren, Mahayana realm, 9 layers. You have successfully taken 380 years of lifespan from Jianghu, Lu's Immortal realm, 4th layer. You have successfully taken 512 years of lifespan from Su Tianqing, Lu's Immortal realm, 7th layer." One prompt after another appeared before Guan, and he glanced at Demon Chaser and said indifferently, "I haven't done anything to you, I've simply erased all the backing you could call upon." Demon Chaser's eyes bulged, and he yelled almost manically, "What kind of joke is this?" Before he could finish speaking, an indescribable panic enveloped Demon Chaser's heart. For some reason, he suddenly felt as though he was abandoned by the entire world, a panic unlike any other, an unspeakable palpitation that agitated his thoughts. Chapter 369, Descending into the World. Watching the Demon Chaser about to crumble, Guan couldn't be bothered to explain. With a wave of the fate-determining pen, he turned the Demon Chaser to ashes that rapidly vanished. Throughout the process, the Sky Dragon didn't speak a word, just staring blankly at Guan until the Demon Chaser disappeared. Only then did it snap back to reality. Swallowing hard, it looked at Guan with eyes filled with fear. Guan's strength had exceeded its imagination, and it hadn't been in Guan's company for many years. Reuniting after a long separation and witnessing such methods, how could it not be afraid? Seeing its expression, Guan found it amusing. He suddenly became interested and stared expressionlessly at the Sky Dragon. The look in his eyes made the Sky Dragon even more afraid, causing it to back away subconsciously. "About today's affair," Guan said hauntingly, deliberately suspending his tone. The Sky Dragon hurriedly said, "I definitely won't speak of it. Please trust me, Master." Guan twirled the fate-determining pen in his hand, his lips turning up into a smile. "This pen of mine can kill people from a very, very far distance. If you break our agreement, you understand what I mean." The Sky Dragon, terrified, its dragon body trembling, kept giving assurances. Guan turned and walked toward the green vine tree, his main purpose for taking action today being to confirm whether the fate-determining pen could indeed seize lifespan. The result was very satisfying, just as he had wished. The fate-determining pen was his own creation, not employing any external object. In the future, seizing lifespans with the fate-determining pen would be even easier for him. Dealing with the Demon Chaser this time, Guan had slain over 100, all directly related to the Demon Chaser. Sooner or later, they would be entangled in this web of cause and effect. Guan essentially allowed them to meet their end early. This was the way of cause and effect. To be able to glimpse into the process of the evolution of all things was also the foundation of participating in the way of destiny. The way of cause and effect was profound and unfathomable. Guan had just begun to delve into it and already possessed the power that not even gods or demons could predict. This action had earned him over 40,000 years of lifespan, which, to him at this moment, wasn't significant. The Sky Dragon shrank in size, cautiously approaching Guan. "Master, you are the sword venerable Fudao of the Supreme Sect, right?" the Sky Dragon asked cautiously. Without turning back, Guan said, "The less you know, the safer you'll be, understand?" Startled by these words, the Sky Dragon nodded hastily. Together, the man and the dragon reached the green vine tree. The tree extended 2 vines that began to knead Guan's shoulders, causing the Sky Dragon to stare in bewilderment. 2 ancient hours later, Guan and the Sky Dragon left the 8 scenic caves. Guan headed toward Tianya Valley while the Sky Dragon went to look for the cultivators of the ancient Sky Sect. Within the bustling Supreme Sect, no one knew that a mystic heart realm cultivator had been reduced to dust and smoke. After the spring festival, Gu An's life returned to peace. He traveled between various medicine valleys, occasionally bringing an Xian to Mortal World Peak, or visiting Yilan and Zhenqin on his own. The sects that had their medicinal herbs mysteriously harvested gradually returned to calmness. Even the Holy Court, unable to find the cause, had to give up, especially since such incidents hadn't reoccurred lately. Although he had reached the level of a Daoist hidden immortal, Guan never ceased his pursuit of development. He kept expanding the collection of high-rank medicinal herbs inside his outer world cave. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. The number of heavenly demons outside had exceeded 5 million. They prowled the universe as if they wanted to tear the great heavenly spirit land to shreds. The Holy Court, Immortal Dynasty, and various other sects were all on high alert, positioned everywhere, not giving the heavenly demons a chance to infiltrate. On a massive meteor, 2 men ensnared in a dark aura stood shoulder to shoulder. They looked very similar, both dressed in black scale armor, though one stood taller. The Holy Court remained silent. It appears our information is true. Could the previous disturbance have been the reincarnation of Saint Heaven? Highly likely. Within the great heavenly spirit land, only Saint Heaven would have such capacity. If that's the case, then this is a rare opportunity. Our goal is that great emperor, we mustn't forget. The 2 men in black armor spoke in hushed tones, their eyes fixed on the great heavenly spirit land, brimming with hostility. As they were talking, they suddenly noticed something and turned their heads in unison to see a thick fog rolling in from the depths of darkness. The complexions of the men in black armor changed slightly, and they vanished from their spot. It was the season when spring turned to summer. Guan sat under a tree, sharing drinks with Xiantiani, exchanging insights on writing. Xiantiani was very fond of the romance of the 3 kingdoms, believing it was not inferior to the journey to the west. Once I thought Investiture of the Gods was the pinnacle, but then you wrote Journey to the West and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. You truly are amazing. Why can't I write books like these? Xiantiani looked at Guan and exclaimed. Shaking his head, Guan said, your Green Hero travelogue isn't bad either. Don't write anything else in the future. Just focus on Green Hero travelogue. If this book grows longer, it will certainly become a classic. Xiantiani felt that writing serious books was rather uninteresting. Over the years, he had written many without much success. Really? But many people are embarrassed to say they like Green Hero travelogue, you know? Xiantiani asked doubtfully. Do you want to write a book that many people have read but seldom mention, or a book that becomes a masterpiece in the hearts of a few, something they can relish for a lifetime? Asked Guan. Hearing this question, Xiantiani fell into silence. As the 2 were talking, a loud boom descended from the sky, startling both to look up, and not just them, others in the valley did the same. They saw a spectacular scene of a meteor shower falling from the sky. Countless meteors with long trails of smoke descended, piercing through the clouds, resembling an apocalypse that made people uneasy from afar. What's that? Guan asked with a frown, thinking to himself that it had finally come. The heavenly demons began their invasion, effortlessly breaking through outer heaven's defenses under the lead of a free immortal. Those meteors concealed many heavenly demons. I'm not sure, I'll check it out. With those words, Xiantiani disappeared from where he stood. Guan stood up and walked towards his loft. An Xian ran all the way to him, anxiously asking, Master, what exactly is that? I'm not sure either, but we're safe inside the Supreme Sect, Guan reassured her. Relieved by his words, an Xian could hear the unspoken message from her master. Those mysterious beings from outer heaven couldn't threaten him. As Guan moved forward, he glanced up and saw that one meteor was heading straight for the Taizong continent. Shenxinzi had already gone to meet it, preparing to protect the Taizong continent. Guan did not intend to take action. After his breakthrough, with the invasion of the heavenly demons, perhaps there was some scheme behind it. As long as the continent could withstand this disaster, there was no need for him to intervene. It would be a good opportunity for others to get some practice. In fact, Sword Venerable Fudao had not acted for a long time, and there were daily conflicts of varying sizes within the supreme sect, which Guan did not meddle in. This also let the people of the world understand the stance of Sword Venerable Fudao. As long as the core foundation of the supreme sect and the safety of the continent were not threatened, Sword Venerable Fudao would not act. After Guan entered his room upstairs, Xianxia had already shattered the meteor, from which a horde of heavenly demons surged out, the strongest reaching the wandering immortal realm. They besieged Xianxia, plunging him into a hard battle. Nine-Finger Divine Lord quickly went to provide support, and cultivators from all over the continent also rushed to the scene. The Taizong continent was just a microcosm. A grand defensive battle had begun in every part of the world. The great battle outside was even more imposing. Ancient Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Dynasty and the Saint Ancestor of the Holy Court joined forces against the free immortal heavenly demons, deadlocked in combat. Divine Thought True Immortals showcased their divine skills, and even the 7 beings hidden inside the sun came out to join the battle. Phoenix, True Dragon, Qilin, White Tiger, Xian Turtle, Green Bird, Kuan. Their opponents were also colossal creatures, fierce beasts from the silent destruction domain. The scope of the battle quickly expanded, with the great heavenly spirit land at the center. Fighting figures filled every direction. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor stepped out from his house, his gaze calm as he looked up at the sky. At that moment, Long Qing passed right by him, his eyes fixated on the distance, brows tightly furrowed. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor's gaze fell upon him and he suddenly furrowed his brow. After the descent of the heavenly demons, Long Qing was overcome with uncontrollable irritation, which was why he kept moving around, trying to dispel the emotions in his heart. Why is the cause and effect on his body changing? Wondered the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor with surprise. And at this time of all times, this child must definitely be related to the heavenly demons. The Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor developed an even greater interest in Long Qing, feeling previously that Long Qing had an unusual physique. Before long, a fierce wind blew from afar, a tempest stirred up by the great battle. Guan sat at his desk, holding the Green Hero Travelogue while using his divine thought to observe the entire world. The foundation of the great heavenly spirit land was truly strong. In such a short time, many divine thought true immortals, Tao void mysterious immortals, and divine immortals of wondrous dharma had emerged. From the current perspective, the heavenly demons couldn't shake the great heavenly spirit land. The battle would end following the outcome of the fierce conflict of the free immortals in outer heaven. However, Guan noticed many heavenly demons that descended chose not to fight but to sneak into the mortal world. Some seized living beings, some disintegrated, merging into the reincarnation rules, and were then sucked into the reincarnation vortex above. Guan suddenly felt that this batch of heavenly demons was not a united front. Those who had not fought were entangled in a multitude of cause and effect with Long Qing, and were very likely here to find him. His divine thought then landed on the Moonfall Divine Lake. Moonfall Divine Lake was also experiencing an attack by the heavenly demons, their situation even more dire because a divine immortal of wondrous Dharma realm level heavenly demon was lurking around. The reason Guan was paying attention to the Moonfall Divine Lake was mainly because of Zhu Shi with the Tai Chu swallowing Yuan body. Under his gaze, Zhu Shi escaped alone from the Moonfall Divine Lake. She stepped on a flying sword, holding a lantern that made her invisible. Only when the crisis on the Taizong continent was resolved by evening did Zhu Shi seek refuge on an island, where she hid in the forest, the lantern still burning. Unbeknownst to her, a heavenly demon was hidden on this very island. Although its cultivation was only at the loose immortal realm, it was far more than she could contend with. Her lantern could not escape the eyes of the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon was closing in on her. Zhu Shi, who was seated in meditation, frowned. Opening her eyes, she looked around, feeling panic. She had a foreboding sense of impending doom and trusted her instincts. That's why she felt so frantic, realizing she was surrounded by danger with no chance to escape. Chapter 370, The Great Emperor of Calamity. Jiuyuan world. Nightfall descended, and the woods fell into complete silence, devoid of any insect song. She stood up, holding a lantern in her left hand and clenching a sword in her right, her gaze nervously sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the wind and instinctively turned her head to look. Then sounds of the wind came from another direction before she could turn again, and soon wind noises erupted from all directions. A gust carrying leaves assaulted her face, causing her eyes to widen in alarm. Far in the Third Medicine Valley, Guan watched this scene unfold without intervening. She was no match for the loose immortal realm, losing consciousness immediately upon the other's attack. The attacker was a female heavenly demon seeking to possess her body, but just as its soul began to infiltrate, the demon sensed a terrifying devouring force. The heavenly demon instinctively tried to escape, but only part of its soul body flew out, the lower half was sucked in, unable to withdraw. Guan raised an eyebrow as he observed, how much spiritual energy had she consumed. At 23, even with copious quantities of spiritual energy consumed, she shouldn't be able to shake a loose immortal. Could it be she harbored an even greater secret? No matter how the female heavenly demon struggled, she could not break free from the devouring force inside Shi, and soon, she was devoured. Shi then collapsed to the ground, and the woods returned to tranquility. It wasn't until an ancient hour later that Shi opened her eyes with a confused gaze. Upon regaining her consciousness, she swiftly scrambled to her feet and warily surveyed her surroundings. Seeing this, Guan withdrew his divine thought. This woman was no simple character, she might become a renowned figure in the future. Guan had no intention of inviting or accepting her as a disciple, mere curiosity prevailed. In the future, it would be worthwhile to observe Zhu Zai's life trajectory, reminiscent of binge-watching a drama in his previous life. Guan smiled and then turned his attention to reading the Green Hero travelogue seriously. The moon set and the sun rose. A new day arrived, and the Taitsong continent resumed its regular serenity. As the disciples gathered for morning exercises, they all discussed the distant battle of the previous day, curious about what had happened. When Guan was practicing, he used his divine thought to survey the world. Many regions were still heavily afflicted by heavenly demons, but fortunately, the Holy Court and the Immortal Dynasty were quicker to act, constantly exorcising demons and providing rescue. In this calamity afflicting all beings, the Immortal Dynasty showed formidable prowess, quickly catching up to the Holy Court. As they saved more and more lives, Guan distinctly felt the chi fortune of the Immortal Dynasty growing. This catastrophe actually presented an opportunity for the Immortal Dynasty. Guan spotted An Hao's figure. He was observing the battle, for the weakest of the heavenly demons also had immortal path cultivation, far beyond his current capability. While observing the world, Xianxia returned. Many disciples looked towards him, feeling that he must know what happened the previous day. Not until the morning exercises concluded did Long Qing eagerly rush to Xianxia, asking why he had left. Yesterday, heavenly demons descended. Fortunately, the crisis on this continent has been resolved, Xianxia replied, though his complexion appeared unnatural. The battle from the day before triggered some foreign memories, leading him to suspect they were from his past life. He had long been aware of his identity as a reincarnated heavenly demon, but through the years, he had resolved to embrace this fact. He believed that with a determined will, he would not become a demon. He even entertained the delusion of using his identity to convert heavenly demons. Heavenly demon? Long Qing's eyes widened. Xianxia began to describe the terror of the heavenly demons, leaving Long Qing trembling with fear. From afar, Guan watched the scene with amusement, two reincarnated heavenly demons discussing the threats of their kin, neither aware of the other's true identity. He gestured to the blood prison great saint and then walked towards the outer gate city. Although the battle in outer heaven hadn't ended, he had lost interest in it for the time being, as it seemed inevitable that the heavenly demons would be repelled. He decided to visit the outer gate city for a change of scenery. Elsewhere. 3 Pure Ones Mountain. Liya sat meditating at the edge of a cliff, gazing up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. A soul approached, the ancestor of Li family who had once been hidden within Liya's body. "What are you thinking about?" The ancestor of Li family asked as he came beside Liya. "Ancestor, what is like beyond the heavens? And how many levels are there in the immortal path?" Liya asked softly. The ancestor of Li family replied, somewhat annoyed, "How would I know? You have already surpassed me in your lifetime. I am waiting for you to show me a broader world." Upon hearing this, Liya cracked a smile and then stood up, stretching languidly. "Well, get ready, as I will soon leave the mountain to seek fortune. I've realized that traveling is necessary. Secluded cultivation alone makes for slow progress in raising cultivation level. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll fall further behind in how." Hearing Liya's words, the ancestor of Li family showed a smile, saying, "I am indeed curious to see how formidable the divine exotic city is." The corners of Liya's mouth lifted, his eyes filled with spirit. The saint ancestor said that an era of prodigy competition is nigh. I cannot be absent. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand, where a white flame blazed in his palm. The ancestor of Li family looked at Liya, stroking his beard and smiling, filled with emotion. In just 400 years, this young man had achieved so much, it was hard to imagine the heights he would reach in the future. Ancestor of Li family recalled the scene of meeting Liya, his smile deepened. In the cosmos, scorching heatwaves devastated the starry space. Ancient immortal emperor and saint ancestor paused, their gazes focused on a distant silhouette. Enshrouded in black fog, the figure seemed like a demon lord emerging from the abyss, a terrifying visage. His white hair flowed freely, crowned with a pair of forward-curving horns, his face pallid, with pupil-less eyes. He wore a black-feathered great robe, beneath which gleamed a chainmail shimmering with cold light. He was none other than the great emperor of calamity, a free immortal among the heavenly demons. Gazing at the calamitous great emperor, both the ancient immortal emperor and saint ancestor had eyes filled with wariness. The two sides had been clashing for months. The ancient immortal emperor and saint ancestor, 2 against 1, couldn't gain the upper hand, managing only to halt the great emperor of calamity's advancement and prevent him from stepping into the great expanse of the great heavenly spirit land. "The heavenly demon's essence has dwindled to a mere 1/10, yet you persist with your purpose," the ancient immortal emperor asked with an icy tone. The corners of the calamitous great emperor's mouth curled up, revealing a sinister and odd smile. He said, "Do you really think I allowed the heavenly demons to invade the great heavenly spirit land just to kill some inconsequential mortal spirits?" At these words, both the ancient immortal emperor and saint ancestor's expressions changed dramatically. Before they could interrogate him further, the calamitous great emperor was engulfed by the surrounding black fog, which churned violently and began to expand rapidly. The ancient immortal emperor and saint ancestor immediately responded, casting their mighty mana upon the black fog, but they could not dissipate it. During the surging process, the black fog coalesced into a huge black sphere that, from a distance, resembled a black hole. "What kind of divine skill is this?" the ancient immortal emperor asked with a grim look on his face. The saint ancestor gave no answer. He too couldn't see through it, but a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Meanwhile, in the Taizong continent, within a subsect of the supreme sect. In a courtyard, Guan was drinking with Yilan and Zhenqin. Zhenqin was discussing recent major events in the subsect. An elder oppressed a disciple, leading to the elder's sudden and gruesome death, causing a stir throughout the sect. Zhenqin had the makings of a storyteller, with a tone that could emotionally engage listeners. Guan was quite cooperative, showing a nervous expression at critical moments of the tale. Yilan, on the other hand, watched Guan and was occasionally amused by his expressions. Suddenly, Zhenqin stood up, drew her sword, and pointed it to one side, her eyes wide as she said, "That's exactly what I did, holding my sword to that man's neck, questioning him why he would harm his own master." Despite the evidence in front of him, he was still defiant, refusing to admit anything. Guan was about to speak when he suddenly sensed something, his eyes subtly shifting. Zhen Qin was about to continue her story when her expression changed abruptly. Not only her, but Yilan's expression also changed dramatically. "What's going on? Why do I feel like something is grabbing me?" exclaimed Zhen Qin in horror, instinctively looking at Yilan. Yilan's body trembled as she spoke through gritted teeth, "Me too, I can't break free." In Guan's eyes, a mysterious causality force intertwined around Yilan and Zhen Qin. It wasn't just the two of them, within the subsect, many others were entangled by this force of causality. He looked up to see the sky, which appeared a magnificent blue, but through his eyes, there appeared an intricate black net across the sky, beyond the reach of mortal beings. This black net seemed to connect with countless souls in the world. Guan's divine thought followed the black net and saw the enormous black sphere in the universe. In that instant, he understood the calamitous great emperor's divine skill. No wonder there were so many heavenly demons reincarnating and seizing bodies. It was to merge into the rules of heaven and earth within the great heavenly spirit land. Watching the trend of causality force exerted by the calamitous great emperor, it seemed he intended to pull many beings of the great heavenly spirit land into that black sphere. Guan saw that Long Qing was also entwined by this force of causality. He immediately stood up and, feigning panic, grabbed Yilan's shoulder to ask her what was wrong. "Elder brother, get away quickly," Yilan said through clenched teeth, unable to shake his grip nor stand up. "What's happening? How could I possibly abandon you?" Guan exclaimed anxiously. Yilan was about to reply when suddenly the world spun around them. The same sensation hit Zhen Qin. Then, Guan and the two women vanished into thin air. At this moment, countless beings disappeared without a trace, causing an earth-shattering uproar within the supreme sect subsect. Yilan clenched her eyes shut, feeling as if she was falling, a sensation even she, in the divinity transformation realm, found extremely unbearable. As she continued to fall, she gradually regained control of her body. Soon, she felt her feet touch the ground. A hand grasped her right hand, immediately calming her heart. This was her elder brother's hand. She knew every line on his palms, there could be no mistake. She then felt her eyes could open and immediately did so. What appeared before her was a sky shrouded in crimson, with countless figures descending from above like a torrential downpour. Guan and Zhen Qin stood beside her, atop a mountain peak, all looking at the sky in shock. "Where is this place?" Zhen Qin asked with trembling voice, her beautiful eyes wide. She followed the direction the figures were falling and saw a series of peaks stretching endlessly into the gloom. Once all the figures landed, the crimson sky revealed a pair of immense eyes, those of the calamitous great emperor, looking down upon all beings within the world, as if searching for something. "Mortal spirits of great heavenly spirit land, this realm created by this emperor is Jianghu world. No one can save you here. However, this emperor is merciful and will offer you a sliver of hope." The voice of the calamitous great emperor resonated, like a dull thunder, echoing through the heavens and earth. Chapter 371 Heavenly Dao and Heavenly Demon Long Qing stood on the hillside, gazing up at the huge eye in the sky, his face full of fear. Other people were also on the hillside, all of them were disciples of the supreme sect, and an Xian was among them. Every person listening to the words of the great demon emperor felt a chill down their spine, their hearts filled with fear. They had never heard of the Jianghu world, and it was even the first time they had heard the name of the great heavenly spirit land. Within the great heavenly spirit land, there are many heavenly demons reincarnated. They may be your kin or your dear friends. If you want to survive, then kill all the reincarnated heavenly demons. The heavenly demons must do the same, kill off all the creatures of the great heavenly spirit land, and you will regain your freedom, said the great demon emperor, his voice ringing out, tone frosty, filled with a murderous intent. Yilan and Zhen Qin frowned upon hearing this, and they instinctively looked around, fearing an attack by a heavenly demon. Guan speculated that the great demon emperor was looking for Long Qing. But why didn't he directly wipe out all the beings that fell into the Jiuyuan world? Soon, Guan understood. It was the protection of the heavenly Tao. As the voice of the great demon emperor ceased, Guan felt the presence of many heavenly demons. Those reincarnated began to awaken their heavenly demon origin. As the demonic qi grew, the aura of the heavenly Tao began to emerge from the bodies of the great heavenly spirit land creatures. This so-called heavenly Tao aura was the same as the aura of the layer of light outside the great heavenly spirit land, which prevented beings below heaven and earth flying immortal from flying to outer heaven. In fact, everything in the great heavenly spirit land was infused with heavenly Tao aura, including the other great heaven and earth realms that Guan glimpsed during his breakthrough. The heavenly Tao is omnipresent. This is a force distinct from the Tao, and within it, implicitly lies the will of heaven, referring to the heavenly Tao rules. The creatures from the silent destruction domain are easily distinguishable because they don't have the aura of the heavenly Tao. Their presence is discomforting to beings born under the heavenly Tao, and thus the two factions have been incompatible since ancient times. The great demon emperor was obviously studying the way of cause and effect, fearful of slaughtering too many creatures of the heavenly Tao and suffering a karma rebound. Killing a few creatures of the heavenly Tao, however, was no issue. In the memories of Long Zhan and Lu Han, they had heard mentions of the heavenly Tao, which for cultivators, was a vague and elusive legend. Of course, if pushed to the brink, the great demon emperor wouldn't care so much. After all, he came from the silent destruction domain and couldn't possibly suffer a karma rebound so severe that his body and Tao perished. If the heavenly Tao were so powerful, there wouldn't be the existence of the silent destruction domain. The great demon emperor stopped speaking, and the pair of eyes also vanished, plunging the entire world into silence. Guan noticed that Ji Xiaoyu, and Hao, Liya, Wuju, Xiantiani, Jiangqiong, Longqing, and Xian, and other people had also been pulled into the Jiuyuan world. It seemed that the beings dragged into the Jiuyuan world, apart from the reincarnated heavenly demons, were almost all but ordinary, at least their fates were extraordinary. He suddenly thought of a question: could the great demon emperor's action be related to the commotion of his breakthrough? Very likely. On reflection, if it were not for him, Long Qing would not have been born early. According to the man in black on Qingtian Peak, Long Qing needed to be nurtured for at least a few thousand years. Gu An's actions advanced many things by thousands of years. What should we do? Zhen Qin looked at Yilan and asked, accustomed to Yilan taking the lead. Yilan took a deep breath and said, "We'll have to play it by ear." According to his words, we can unite with many people. This is not a matter of individual survival but a competition between two camps. Over the past few months, news about the heavenly demons had already spread within the supreme sect, and many legends of heavenly demons circulated. They knew that the heavenly demons came from beyond the heavens, and because of this, they were very wary of them, not overly confident. Yilan continued, "I sense the presence of some of our fellow sect members. Let's meet up with the people of the supreme sect first." Zhen Qin nodded, and Guan had no objection. He wanted to see how Yilan and the others would perform in the face of such a catastrophe. The three of them began to descend the hill. Gu An's divine thought swept the area. There were quite a few heavenly demons, numbering over 1,000,000. Although they were not as numerous as the creatures of the great heavenly spirit land, the heavenly demons' cultivation levels were higher. A fierce battle would follow soon. Guan would make his move when the great heavenly spirit land side was on the brink of collapse. To him, the great emperor of calamity wasn't that strong. Both well studied in the way of cause and effect, Gu An's causal power was a step ahead of the great emperor of calamity. The Jiuyuan world was formed by the forces of causality, and for Guan to break it was hardly a difficult task. "Master, who would have thought that the three of us would have the chance to adventure together?" Zhen Qin suddenly turned her head to look at Guan, saying with a grin, no longer as tense as before. Yilan couldn't help but look towards Guan as well, though her eyes held more worry. In her mind, Guan was protected by Sword Venerable Fudao, but whether Sword Venerable Fudao could find the Jiuyuan world was not certain, hence, she worried that she wouldn't be able to protect Guan. She would rather die alone than let Guan die before her. Intuition told her that the heavenly demon was absolutely terrifying. She had to go into battle prepared to die, without a trace of carelessness. "Rest assured, I am very strong, I won't hold you back," Guan said seriously, taking out the fate-determining pen. Zhen Qin couldn't help but tease, being in the nascent soul realm is indeed impressive. "Got wings and now looking down on your master's cultivation level? Dare not, dare not." The master and disciple began to banter. Guan's divine thought had already spread out, watching over Ji Xiaoyu, and Hao, and others, to prevent them from encountering an unbeatable foe. 30 minutes later, Guan and the others from the Supreme Sect gathered, deciding to look for disciples from their own sect. The Jiuyuan world was large, but not as incomparably vast as the great heavenly spirit land, so an Xian and the others were not far from them. The disciples of the Supreme Sect pulled into the Jiuyuan world numbered only a few dozen, either with extraordinary fates or geniuses. Long Qing's body contained the path of returning primordial spirit strengthened by Guan, and thus he did not awaken to become a heavenly demon. Facing the imminent battle with the heavenly demon, Long Qing was excited. He had long wanted to take on the world, but his master had not allowed it. During flight, a thunderous roar came from afar, startling the disciples of the Supreme Sect into immediately accelerating away from the battle. Guan stood behind Yilan, sharing a sword with her, when he spotted a familiar face engaged in the distant battle. Liya. The kid was directly using the power of divine exotic city to suppress the heavenly demon, drawing in more of them for a siege. Guan began to watch the battle, wanting to see how much Liya had improved. Time rushed by quickly. An hour later, the Supreme Sect's side finally met up. The forces of causality hadn't scattered their position. "Master." An Xian, seeing Guan, immediately showed a joyously surprised expression. She swiftly flew by Guan's side, her anxious look swept away, replaced with excitement. Long Qing too flew over, chattering non-stop in excitement. He couldn't wait to fight the heavenly demon. Yilan started negotiating with other disciples of the Supreme Sect. Zhen Qin looked at an Xian and Long Qing, her expression odd. Why weren't these two scared at all? It was one thing for Long Qing to be fearless, the young and rash type, but why was an Xian, that girl, getting all excited too? Chapter 372, Who are you, exactly? Supreme Sect disciples discussed for quite some time and ultimately decided to join the battle. In their view, hiding and waiting for others to fight, hoping for a slim chance of survival, was very foolish. Guan much appreciated the courage and insight of the Supreme Sect disciples. In such a situation, choosing to lay low could indeed result in a complete loss. Unity was surely the best approach. Dozens of people banded together and flew towards the nearest battlefield. Liya had already finished his battle. Relying on the powerful force of divine exotic city, his victory came easily. He didn't even have to lift a finger, it was entirely the divine exotic immortal spirit fighting on his behalf. 30 minutes later, Guan and the others joined the encirclement against the heavenly demon. Under Yilan's arrangement, Guan was positioned on the outermost layer, responsible for casting long-range spells. With the fate-determining pen in hand, Guan pretended to exert himself earnestly. His divine thought also looked towards the distance, enveloping the entire Jiuyuan world, spying on the battlefield from a macro perspective. More and more beings began to engage in battle with the heavenly demon, all becoming embroiled in fierce combat. Guan started to snatch kills. When the heavenly demon was on the verge of death, his divine thought would strike at the heavenly demon. A series of prompts popped up before his eyes, bringing him increasing pleasure. Suddenly, he captured a whiff of the presence of a free immortal. The other party was well hidden but could not escape his divine thought. It must be the creator of the Jiuyuan world. This person was masquerading as part of the great heavenly spirit land side and was still opposing the heavenly demon. What did this mean? Guan couldn't figure it out, so he couldn't be bothered to think about it. He continued to balance the battlefield. If the heavenly demons had an overwhelming advantage over the beings, he would help suppress them, giving those of the great heavenly spirit land a chance to train. The beings who were drawn into the Jianghu world were not mediocre. One day, they would become the backbone of the great heavenly spirit land. What Guan needed to do was ensure not too many talents from the great heavenly spirit land perished while allowing this experience to provide them with opportunities for transformation. In the cosmos, more and more cultivators flew to the vicinity of the Black Sphere, looking nervously at the Black Sphere created by the demon Great Emperor. Damn it, are we just going to watch this happen? My sect has hundreds of disciples caught up in this, they are all the future of my sect. Isn't our sect the same? What exactly is this method? Move aside, I refuse to believe it. Is the Holy Court truly helpless? Great cultivators of various factions discussed among themselves. Some even attacked the giant Black Sphere, trying to shatter it, but no spells or divine skills that struck the Black Sphere could move it. The ancient immortal emperor and saint ancestor stood on high ground, frowning at this scene. A figure appeared behind them, a middle-aged man dressed in golden garments, holding a jade ruler, with a dignified face. Holy Minister, is there truly no way to resolve this? The man in golden garments asked. He was indeed the Holy Minister of the Holy Court. At this moment, his brow was furrowed, and his eyes were full of worry. The saint ancestor, with his back to him, answered, I can sense that the chi fortune of the Holy Court has not weakened, which means that those juniors involved have not suffered significant casualties. Let's seal off this space first. The Holy Minister hesitated for a moment, then turned to give the order. The ancient immortal emperor took a deep breath and said, I feel that his purpose is not the slaughter of the young generation of the great heavenly spirit land. It seems he is searching for something. The saint ancestor replied, I think so as well, but throughout history, there have been too many beings from outer heaven that have infiltrated the great heavenly spirit land. It is temporarily impossible for me to deduce what the demon Great Emperor is searching for. The two free immortals fell into confusion, their gaze never leaving the Black Sphere. Time moved quickly. Half a day after entering the Jianghu world, all the beings within began to fight, with the sounds of battle everywhere. With Guan's hidden help, the morale of those from the great heavenly spirit land continued to rise. The more the heavenly demons perished, the greater the advantage for the great heavenly spirit land side. In just half a day, Guan had already reaped more than 30 million years of lifespan, successfully surpassing 100 million in total. Not a single Supreme Sect disciple had died, everyone's confidence was growing, and even Yilan no longer constrained Guan as before, also looking for opportunities for Guan to gain experience. The Jianghu world seemed to have no day or night, the blood-colored sky only showed shifting clouds. Guan, holding the fate-determining pen and standing on the heavenly resident sword, followed the steps of the main force. An Xian was beside him, discussing the previous battle with Long Qing. Guan's eyes looked towards the front lines at Wuzhu. As the mainstay of the Supreme Sect disciples, Wuzhu was capable of standing on his own. Seeing his independence, Guan couldn't help but think of his own timid demeanor in the past, filled with emotion. If possible, Guan would rather the ordeal last a few more days, but the heavenly demon-free immortal was becoming harder to restrain. It had only been half a day, and a third of the heavenly demons had died. Tens of thousands of miles away. On a mountain cliff stood a man in black, furrowing his brow. He was the incarnation of the demon Great Emperor. What's going on? The beings of the great heavenly spirit land can't possibly be this formidable. The demon Great Emperor was filled with confusion. In his view, although the great heavenly spirit land side had a numerical advantage, it should not be showing its current strength since the heavenly demon side was clearly stronger. The more the demon Great Emperor thought about it, the more panicked he became. He felt that an unknown entity might have infiltrated the Jianghu world. Even he, a free immortal, couldn't see through it. The first he thought of was Shengtian of the Holy Court. He had previously obtained the Saint Heaven reincarnation, perhaps Xingtian had also been pulled in and was secretly making a move? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately disappeared from the spot. Wu Ju flew to Gu An's side and said, "According to the intelligence we've gathered, the other battlefields are also gaining an advantage, so you don't need to worry too much." Guan replied reluctantly, "What do I have to worry about? It's you guys who are charging into battle, I'm in no danger at all." Wu Ju laughed and said, "This is still your first time leaving the Supreme Sect for an adventure, I'm just afraid you might be anxious." An Xian covered her mouth and snickered nearby. Wu Ju thought she was laughing at Guan, so he didn't think much of it. Standing behind Guan, Long Qing leaned forward and excitedly asked, "Elder Wu, when will the next battle begin?" During the previous fight, he had also participated, and his formidable physique surprised many disciples of the Supreme Sect. It was truly inconceivable that this lad had not an ounce of spiritual power but could still display such domineering performance. Wu Ju looked at him and smiled, "It should be soon." Having successively slain heavenly demons, Wu Ju began to underestimate them, feeling that they were not as terrifying as he had imagined. Just as Wu Ju was about to speak further, he saw Long Qing's eyes widen in nervous anticipation, looking towards the sky. Instinctively, he turned his head and saw a pair of gigantic eyes appear in the blood-colored sky, eyes that belonged to the great Emperor of Disaster. The great Emperor of Disaster seemed to be searching for something. His gaze moved rapidly, and, except for Guan, whose heart would flutter at the sight of it, anyone else who locked gazes with the great Emperor felt their hearts race. In the presence of these eyes, any creature, no matter how talented, would feel an instinctual terror. The entire Jiuyuan world fell into silence, all lifeforms gazing up at the eyes of the great Emperor of Disaster. On the edge of a forest, Zhu Shi looked up at the great Emperor, her eyes filled with worry, while the cultivators and demons above the forest were just as tense. "Dear heavens, please let me survive this calamity," Zhu Shi prayed silently in her heart. In the earlier part of the day, although she had been part of the battle, she never approached the heavenly demons closely and only played a supporting role. As the eyes of the great Emperor of Disaster appeared, people's excitement was extinguished. What did it matter if they could defeat the heavenly demons? To leave alive, the demonic eyes in the heavens were an unavoidable presence. Suddenly, the great Emperor of Disaster's eyes burst open, his pupilless gaze emitting a strange red light, and all creatures changed in expression, falling into a stupefied state. Those creatures in the air began to descend, landing on the mountains and lands below, while the heavenly demons retreated, seemingly under orders not to strike when the enemy was vulnerable. Guan felt the consciousness of those around him fall into some kind of illusion. Everyone was confronting the deepest fears in their hearts. Guan pretended to go along, enduring the spread of the illusion realm. He led Long Qing down onto a hillside. The gaze of the great Emperor of Disaster landed on Ji Xiaoyu, with a strange look in his eyes, but then he moved it away and fell upon Long Qing. All creatures were in pain, yet Long Qing remained calm. The giant eyes in the sky then disappeared. The great Emperor of Disaster appeared out of nowhere beside Long Qing, looking him over. Surprisingly, Long Qing felt no fear at all, and his illusion was of a bright great heaven and earth where he was running around, calling out for Guan and an Xian. Could he be the reincarnation of Long Qing, he wondered. The gaze of the great Emperor of Disaster flickered, then, raising a hand, he attempted to touch Long Qing's forehead. Snap! Suddenly, a hand grabbed the wrist of the great Emperor's right hand, causing an unexpected change of expression on his face as he looked in astonishment at Guan standing beside Long Qing. Saint Heaven? The great Emperor of Disaster frowned and said, "You should be able to tell that I don't intend to exterminate everyone. I'm just looking for Long Qing. Don't you bear a grudge against the Long family of the battle court?" It turns out that what the great Emperor of Disaster feared was not just the heavenly Tao destiny but Saint Heaven as well. The great Emperor of Disaster, Level 5 Free Immortal Realm 37,902,765/100 million/200 million, what a long lifespan. It would be a pity not to slay. Guan asked, "How can you be sure that I am Saint Heaven?" As soon as these words came out, the complexion of the great Emperor of Disaster changed drastically, and he instinctively tried to teleport away, only to discover to his horror that he could not move at all. How is this possible? The great Emperor of Disaster tried to use the power of cause and effect, but he couldn't shake Guan, which terrified him even more. "Who are you really?" The great Emperor of Disaster stared at Guan, asking with a trembling voice that could not hide his fear. Guan asked, "Why are you looking for Long Qing?" Upon hearing this, the face of the great Emperor of Disaster filled with a look of despair as he murmured to himself, "The Long family still has a great power hidden away." Seeing that he was unwilling to answer, Guan lost his patience and directly assailed the soul of the great Emperor of Disaster with divine thought. Great Imprisoned Soul Immortal Technique. Search Memories. After a dozen or so breaths, Guan withdrew his divine thought, and with a squeeze of his right hand, the great Emperor of Disaster instantly disintegrated into ash. A blood-red Tao seed hovered in front of him. Guan's gaze sharpened as the terrifying force of causality immediately ground the Tao seed into dust, vanishing in a flash. You have successfully seized 6,230,567 years of lifespan from the great Emperor of Disaster, level 5 free immortal realm, over 620,000 years of lifespan. A look of pleasure crossed Guan's face. Truly worthy of a free immortal. Chapter 373, Reincarnation Tribulation. After slaying the evil emperor, the Jianghu world did not dissipate and maintained its heaven and earth form. The beings trapped in the illusion realm awakened one after another. Yilan, upon waking, instinctively turned around, and when she saw Guan was unharmed, she immediately sighed in relief. An Xin opened her eyes, spotted Guan's figure, and drew closer to him, while patting her chest with a frightened expression on her face. When all the disciples of the Supreme Sect had woken up, everyone gathered to discuss the recent events, all with tensed minds, guarding against the evil emperor striking again. Little did they know, the master of the Jianghu world had already turned to ashes and smoke. Guan, having searched through the evil emperor's soul, had a subtle look in his eyes as he glanced at Long Qing and heaved a slight sigh in his heart. Long Qing turned out to be the sole survivor of the dragon lineage, and the evil emperor had been sent to eradicate the dragon family bloodline completely. The man in black at Qingtian Peak was Long Qing's subordinate. Long Qing's reincarnation was to avoid the pursuit of the forces behind the evil emperor. Battle Court. The battle court of today was no longer a force led by descendants of the dragon family. It was exactly for this reason that the master of the battle court had wanted to eradicate Long Qing, fearing that a powerful member of the dragon family could be resurrected through their bloodline. Years ago, the reincarnated Long Qing hid very well. To avoid the pursuit of the battle court, Long Qing's subordinates sneaked into Qingtian Peak, unnoticed by gods or ghosts, and came to the great heavenly spirit land. But the turmoil in the silent destruction domain years ago had caught the attention of the evil emperor. The Dark War Emperor was sent by the evil emperor. To be precise, the Dark War Emperor was cultivated by the evil emperor, and the inheritance of the Dark War Emperor's battle court originated from the evil emperor. It was through the Dark War Emperor's reckless actions that the evil emperor speculated that Xianxia had reincarnated. To ascend beyond the nine-layered realm of the free immortal, one must undergo reincarnation tribulations. Only after 100 lifetimes is there a chance to strike at the Tao fruit realm. This is the reincarnation tribulation. In the memory of the evil emperor, he had been defeated by Xianxia and nearly perished. This was also why the evil emperor had previously dared not personally come to the great heavenly spirit land. The Dark War Emperor was merely one of his pawns, and not even the Holy Court's holy ministers knew there was someone behind the Dark War Emperor. Just the thought that Long Zhan's descendants were reduced only to Long Qing made Guan feel a tinge of melancholy. Guan, however, was not afraid of an attack from the battle court, for from the evil emperor's memories, it was clear that stronger existences from the battle court could not reach this universe, and only the free immortal could. Therefore, the battle court had dispatched the evil emperor, but the specific reasons for that were unclear even to the evil emperor himself. The evil emperor had been in this universe for countless years. At that time, Long Qing's parents were still alive, and they had perished at his hands. After countless years, the bloodline of the dragon family in various universes had been exterminated, leaving only Long Qing. While the disciples were discussing the schemes of the evil emperor, Guan was silent. With a thought, the blood-red sky began to collapse silently. "Look at the sky quickly!" someone exclaimed, causing others to look up. Seeing the sky twist, everyone panicked, not having time to think further, as the dizziness they felt before entering the Jianghu world re-emerged, causing them to promptly close their eyes. Unable to move or peek at their surroundings, this feeling made everyone's heart race. Only Guan kept his eyes open. Under his divine thought's impact, the Jianghu world began to collapse, and he divided its karmic forces into the power of rules, distributing it to everyone, bestowing them a fortune. Utilizing karmic causation, Guan sent everyone back to their respective places in the great heavenly spirit land. Meanwhile, the great cultivators in the universe saw a giant black orb begin to tremble and dissolve into black mist, making them even more nervous, fearing that something might have happened to their juniors inside. As the black mist dispersed, they sensed something and turned their heads, their faces revealing joy. They felt the presence of their juniors. No matter what the evil emperor had planned, at least their juniors were alive. The ancient immortal emperor and the saint ancestors furrowed their brows, exchanging glances, both seeing confusion in each other's eyes. What's happening? On the other side. Taicang Continent, Supreme Sect Subsect. Yilan abruptly opened her eyes, saw Guan sitting across from her with eyes still firmly closed, breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around with a look of surprise on her face. Zhen Qin then awoke, followed by Guan. "Are we back? Could it be that all the heavenly demons have been wiped out?" Zhen Qin asked cautiously. Guan took a deep breath and said, "I'm not sure. Did you feel anything extra in your minds?" He had used the karmic power of the evil emperor to enhance the being's insight into the way of cause and effect, which had nothing to do with him, so he wasn't concerned that someone could infer anything about himself through this. Besides, his own method of divine thought naturally shielded him from karmic deductions. Yilan and Zhen Qin nodded, then began to share their insights. It wasn't just them, all the beings who had returned from the Jianghu world were curious about the karma Dao they found in their minds. After a long discussion, Guan stood up and said, "I've been delayed long enough, I must go back." Yilan wanted to say something, but Guan turned and walked away, deeply concealing his abilities and his renown. "It's fine, we're back now, listen to the noises outside," Zhen Qin comforted her, saying that with their level of cultivation, they could hear the sounds outside the estate, confirming that they were indeed back. Yilan frowned, worrying about being pulled into the Jianghu world again. Yet upon second thought, if that mysterious existence wanted to do so, what would be the point in releasing them? Having just returned to the third medicine valley, Guan was stopped by an Xian and Long Qing, who excitedly spoke of their newfound enlightenments, drawing more and more people to gather around. Hearing about their half-day ordeal, the disciples were astonished. Long Qing looked toward Xianxia, who was approaching, and asked, "Master, what exactly is the Jianghu world?" Xianxia furrowed his brows. He was not chosen, and he replied, "I do not know either. Tell me in detail about your experiences." Long Qing nodded and then began to recount to Xianxia about their journey to the Jianghu world. When he reached the part about battling the heavenly demons, he became visibly excited. While Long Qing captured everyone's attention, Guan slipped back into the house. With the fall of the great emperor of evil, this disaster brought by the heavenly demons seemed to be drawing to a close. There should be peace for a while, as long as the Immortal dynasty and the Holy Court do not fight among themselves. Guan saw a large number of great cultivators returning to the outer heaven, and all the sects were inquiring about their disciples' experiences. It was unknown what changes this cycle of karma and fortune would bring to the great heavenly spirit land. The beings chosen for the Jianghu world were all geniuses, those with extraordinary chi fortune. In tens of thousands of years, they would be the ones dictating the fate of the great heavenly spirit land. Tens of thousands of years, it still seemed so distant. Guan, now 425 years old, felt such sentiments in his heart. Above the sea of clouds, a woman in yellow robes flew along. It was Zhu Shi with the Tai Chu swallowing yuan body. She gazed at the majestic mountains towering into the clouds in the distance, a look of anticipation in her eyes. Mortal World Peak, I have finally arrived, Zhu Shi murmured to herself. 50 years had passed since their journey to the Jiuyuan world. In those 50 years, she traveled the world. Some years ago, when she heard that Mortal World Peak was recruiting mortal spirits, she decided to try her luck. Mortal World Peak was one of the top immortal sects in the world. If she could take root here, she would not need to wander anymore. At the same time, atop Dingtian Peak, Guan, who was reading in the mountaintop courtyard, sensed Zhu Zai's presence and felt a touch of surprise. Was this a coincidence? He had no intention of looking after Zhu Shi, he wanted to see how she would fare after joining Mortal World Peak. Beside him, an Xian, who was practicing Daoist Gang primal energy, turned her head to Guan and said, "Master, the Gang Qi inside my body is going haywire, I can't control it." Her tone was anxious, clearly in panic. Guan, lying in his chair, did not get up but just lifted his left hand and flicked his index finger towards her. A jet of strength energy shot out, entered An Xin's body, and instantly calmed the rampaging Gang Qi, restoring its normal flow. An Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Guan with admiration, she asked, "Master, how are you so powerful? When will I be able to cultivate to your level?" "Cultivate for 100 million years, Guan replied offhandedly, flipping the page with his left hand. 100 million years? How long is that? Who can live that long?" An Xian complained, feeling like her master was teasing her. Guan ignored her and continued reading. This book was not the Green Hero Travelogue, but a rare book he found at Mortal World Peak, which recounted an extraordinary tale from Mortal World Peak, a story of a disciple who fell in love with a female demon. This book was a banned one, quite hard to come by. Based on Gu An's experience, the writing in this book was not as delicate as that by Xiantiani, but it had its charms in the bizarre. The demoness reincarnated several times to find the protagonist, which was quite touching. As dusk approached, Guan finally got up, stretched, and then left with an Xian. After returning to the Supreme Sect, the pair landed in a grove and made their way toward Mystic Valley. An Xian was talking animatedly about her cultivation progress for the day, very lively. Guan was not bothered by her enthusiasm and listened attentively, offering occasional guidance. Arriving at Mystic Valley, Guan spotted a familiar face. Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong was standing in front of a garden railing, admiring the flowers in full bloom. Guan asked an Xian to head back to the Third Medicine Valley on her own, and he approached Jiang Qiong. Looking at Jiang Qiong's back skeptically, an Xian didn't stop but headed towards the transmission array platform. "How long have you been here?" Gu An's voice reached Jiang Qiong's ears. Without turning around, she focused on a flower and responded, "About 2 ancient hours, I'd say." Only when Guan came to her side did she turn to face him and size him up. "So many years have passed, how come you are still at the nascent soul realm? When I was in the Jiuyuan world, I felt your presence. You must have gained some opportunities," Jiang Qiong asked with a frown. Guan raised an eyebrow. "What realm are you in that you look down on the nascent soul realm?" Jiang Qiong huffed, "I am preparing to challenge the unification realm. I came to see you before attempting Tribulation Crossing." Unification realm? Gu An's eyes widened, showing a look of surprise. Jiang Qiong's lips curved up in a smile. "Unification realm, that's all. I actually find it rather slow. In today's world, what is the unification realm even worth?" Guan fell silent. Thinking she had demoralized him, Jiang Qiong changed the subject. "You should talk some sense into your disciple. That girl Zhen Qin wants to take revenge on the ghost mother of Ephemera. If I hadn't intervened, she would have already died at the hands of the Ghost Mother. Chapter 374 The Book of the Reincarnation Path. Emperor. Upon hearing Jiang Qiong's words, Guan frowned and then sighed. How can I persuade you? It's true that Su Han was indeed forced to death by the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. That year, when Su Han was pursued and had no choice but to follow the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, she taught him the defying fate divine skill. Before his death, he transferred his cultivation level to Zhenqin, helping Zhenqin to be reborn. After so many years, Zhenqin always remembered the hatred in her heart. Guan had long severed the master-disciple relationship with Su Han and had even saved him, owing Su Han nothing, so he did not plan to take revenge for Su Han. Moreover, the Ghost Mother of Ephemera had already pledged allegiance to him. If not for his arrangement, how could the Ghost Mother of Ephemera have helped Jiang Qiong establish the Jiuhua sect? Guan would not help Zhenqin kill the Ghost Mother of Ephemera but would ensure her survival. Perhaps it was unfair to the Ghost Mother of Ephemera, but there was no helping it. In Guan's heart, Zhenqin was definitely more important than the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Out of his first batch of Medicine Valley disciples, only Zhenqin was still alive, and since she was very filial to him, how could he not favor her? Jiang Qiong frowned and said, The Ghost Mother of Ephemera is now the deputy sect master of the Jiuhua sect. It's impossible for me to confront her. There's no need. Everyone has their own grudges. Your protection of Zhenqin's life is enough, thank you. Guan spoke earnestly and then raised his hand to salute Jiang Qiong. Jiang Qiong snorted and said, What thanks? Your business is my business. I quite like that girl Zhenqin too. Once I'm strong enough, I'll help her slaughter the Ghost Mother of Ephemera. Guan was taken aback and asked, Do you have a grudge against her? No grudge, but if I had to choose between you and her, I would definitely choose you. However, these are all things for later. Once I have the ability. Jiang Qiong shook her head. Afterwards, she talked about the insights she gained in the Jiuyuan world. Since her journey in the Jiuyuan world, she had many revelations during her cultivation, particularly about divination. She could now peer into the cause and effect of mortals to deduce their fate. She was curious if Guan had gained anything. Guan replied that he had, but his fortunes were not as great as hers, which left her slightly disappointed. After night had fallen, Jiang Qiong took Guan to the 8 scenic caves. Why insist on going to the 8 scenic caves? Just stay at my 3rd Medicine Valley. Now that you're a giant of the righteous path, having formed an alliance with Supreme Sect, they won't stop you from entering Supreme Sect. Walking through the forest, Guan couldn't help asking. Jiang Qiong, holding his right wrist, didn't look back and said, The 8 scenic caves are our home. What home? You want to live in a coffin? Hearing Guan's words, Jiang Qiong couldn't help but turn around and glare at him. In the end, Guan couldn't resist Jiang Qiong and was pulled into the 8 scenic caves with her. It wasn't until noon the next day that Guan finally returned to the 3rd Medicine Valley. As he arrived at his own loft, Ji Xiaoyu stepped out of the door. 40 years ago, Ji Xiaoyu had returned. Her understanding of the way of cause and effect far surpassed that of an Xian, Longqing, Yilan, and others. Guan could feel the force of cause and effect growing stronger within her. Who did you fool around with last night? Ji Xiaoyu stared at Guan, asking with a somewhat cold voice. Guan looked at her and replied, with an old friend. When I knew her, you weren't even born yet. If not for her guidance, where would I be today? His words were no joke. Jiang Qiong had taught him so much. Among them, the demon shadow divine skill was the most important. Under Guan's enhancement, this skill could now isolate cause and effect. Reaching the immortal path realm, many would start to delve into divination techniques, and to rise to the carefree primordial immortal realm was to study the way of cause and effect. Without Jiang Qiong's demon shadow divine skill, perhaps Guan's true cultivation level would have been discovered long ago. Hearing his words, Ji Xiaoyu's expression softened, and she was about to continue speaking but was preempted by him. Focus on your immortal cultivation, and don't bother with the affairs of mortal romance. Having said that, Guan quickly ascended the stairs. Ji Xiaoyu watched him go up, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. As Guan entered the room, ready to close the door, Ji Xiaoyu appeared out of nowhere, pressing her hand against the door. "What are you doing?" Guan frowned at Ji Xiaoyu, a look of fear on his face. Ji Xiaoyu stepped forward expressionlessly, startling him into stepping back. Bang! After Ji Xiaoyu entered the room, the door closed heavily behind her. Guan kept retreating until he reached the table, looking at Ji Xiaoyu's expressionless face with trepidation. What did this woman want to do? Was she going to hit him, or was she trying to learn from Jianghu? Just thinking about last night's chaos gave Guan a headache. Sigh. Why were so many women interested in him? Even if he refused, it wouldn't work. Ji Xiaoyu walked up to him and said, "Over these years, I've been delving into the way of cause and effect and have discovered that your disciple Long Qing has extraordinary karma. Where exactly did you find him? Do you know his true identity?" Hearing this, Guan asked in astonishment, "Extraordinary karma? What do you mean? What's wrong with him? Could he be the reincarnation of a heavenly demon?" Ji Xiaoyu scrutinized Guan's expression, feeling that he did not seem to be lying. Her expression softened as she said, "Whether he is a heavenly demon or not is yet to be determined. You keeping him by your side is sure to bring you disaster. Otherwise, hand him over to me, or let Shen Xinzi take him to the Bitter Sea Buddha sect. That doesn't seem right. He's grown up in the Third Medicine Valley since he was a child. How could I possibly drive him away?" Guan frowned. Ji Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, "His lineage is not simple. I can feel that my primordial Daoist talisman is very wary of his karma and unwilling to intervene. I'm not joking. Don't you want to live in peace forever?" Guan thought to himself, "Of course his lineage isn't simple, he's my descendant from a past life." Guan asked, "Does that elder also know about this?" He was referring to the Sun and Moon Netherworld Emperor. That rascal was still inside the house recuperating and did not eavesdrop on their conversation. "Perhaps," Ji Xiaoyu replied, her face showing some impatience, unsure if it was because of Long Qing or Jianghu. Guan clenched the fate-determining pen in his hand and, after hesitating for a moment, said, "No, I can't abandon him. He sees me as a father, how could I banish him? So what if there's a great karma? Maybe by the day I die, he will not have faced his karmic retribution yet." Looking at Guan's determined face, Ji Xiaoyu felt frustrated. Why was this man so stubborn? What if he brings catastrophe to the entire Medicine Valley, or even to the Supreme Sect? Ji Xiaoyu asked with suppressed anger. Guan said sternly, "Your karma is not simple either. If you encountered trouble, would I have to avoid you to prevent misunderstandings? Impossible. I can't do it. I, Guan, am not that kind of person." His words rang with conviction, causing Ji Xiaoyu's expression to soften. Indeed, women will be women, always finding an excuse to get going. Guan was sure that Ji Xiaoyu was simply jealous of Jianghu. Ji Xiaoyu huffed, "You always say nice things. If that day really comes, I bet you'll run faster than anyone." Guan clutched his chest, feigning heartache, and said, "You actually think that of me?" Ji Xiaoyu couldn't help but smother a laugh, giving him a look. She walked beside Guan, a book appearing in her hand, which she placed on the table. Guan fixed his eyes on it. It only had one character. Dragon. Ji Xiaoyu explained, "This is a book I dreamed of in my past life." The Reincarnation Path Emperor was even holding it. It records the evolution of a family clan. You like this kind of book, don't you? Take a look, but do not spread it around. Guan couldn't help asking, "Dragon? It wouldn't be related to Long Qing, would it?" Ji Xiaoyu did not elaborate and turned to leave. When she closed the door this time, she wasn't as forceful, gently shutting it. Chapter 375, Reincarnation. The mysterious senior brother Ji Xiaoyu left, and Guan sat down, picked up the book she had left behind, and began to read. Soon he became immersed in it. This book mainly recorded the legend of Long Xian, the old ancestor of the dragon family, who was known as the Dragon Emperor, the strongest in the universe. He established the battle court, swept through great heaven and earth, and traversed reincarnation. There was no mention of Long Zhan in the book, as if Long Xian was the primordial ancestor of the dragon family. Starting from Long Xian, generation by generation, the dragon family produced many glorious individuals. One of the masters of the reincarnation path emperor was from the dragon family, which was also the origin of Ji family's heavenly dragon demon suppressing form. In the end, during its prime, the dragon family encountered oppression from a mysterious existence. The book speculated it might be a curse, or maybe a punishment from heavenly Tao because the dragon family acted recklessly and arrogantly in their strength. They had merits, but also sins. The dragon family declined rapidly, the clan dissolved, and the descendants fled to different universes. From the establishment of the dragon family, to their prosperity, and then to their downfall, the story was poignant and stirring, leaving an endless aftertaste. The author did not comment on the dragon family, but continued to narrate the rise and fall of the dragon family from an objective perspective. After finishing the book, Guan also felt quite emotional. Before Long Xian, the dragon family had also experienced such cycles of reincarnation under the leadership of Long Zhan. From the content of the book, Long Xian re-established the dragon family and rebuilt the battle court after Long Zhan's death, for Long Xian was very strong from the beginning. Guan thought of the last meeting between Long Zhan and Long Xian, where the father and son parted ways. Long Xian did not understand Long Zhan's actions, but in the end, Long Xian chose to inherit Long Zhan's legacy and re-establish the dragon family and the battle court, which made him feel the longing Long Xian had for Long Zhan. Eons passed, and whether it was Long Xian or the dragon family, all had become a thing of the past and were being erased. On the path of immortal cultivation, how high must one reach to truly achieve immortality, to exist eternally? Guan turned his head to look out the window at the sky, his thoughts drifting. It wasn't until the evening that he put the book away and then got up to go downstairs. Just as he went downstairs, he heard Long Qing shouting at a distance. That kid was over 100 years old, yet still acted like a child. Guan smiled and then approached the blood prison great saint, letting him carry him to patrol the third medicine valley. Master, that kid Long Qing is becoming more and more presumptuous. Can you raise my cultivation level? Otherwise, I'll be bullied to death by him. And what about the white spirit rat? That fat rat is getting faster and faster, but its cultivation level hasn't improved much, and it can't even speak human words. Blood prison great saint spoke with a tone of grievance. He was of the Mahayana realm, how could he be bullied by Long Qing? Guan wanted to say that it was normal for you to not win against Long Qing, who was born in the Nirvana realm. Do not compare yourself with others, everyone has their own path. You should look to the future, Guan said earnestly. Blood prison great saint's eyes lit up, and he was immediately invigorated. Did his master's words mean he would be a focus of cultivation in the future? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He stopped thinking about being bullied by Long Qing and the white spirit rat and started to fantasize about dominating the world. He wanted to become the strongest great saint under the heavens, sweeping across the land. If outsiders from outer heaven attacked and he was not an opponent, then the master would take action, shocking all beings. Just thinking about it was thrilling. On the surface, he would be the strongest, and enemies would conspire against him. Who would have thought that there would be an even more terrifying existence behind him? On a resplendent golden palace, the holy minister was sitting on a chair, with steps behind him leading up to an empty throne. A row of figures stood in the hall, among them was the Candle World Saint King, who had once been responsible for negotiating with the Dark Battle Emperor. Yang Jian stood beside the Candle World Saint King, dressed in silver battle armor, with a three-pointed two-bladed knife floating behind him. Even though his realm was not as high as those around him, his aura was substantial. All the figures in the hall were holy kings of the holy court, and they were not too restrained in front of the holy minister. The holy minister's gaze swept over the 17 holy kings, paused on Yang Jian for 2 breaths, and then moved away. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you haven't forgotten the calamity of the heavenly demon from 50 years ago, the holy minister said nonchalantly. A burly holy king immediately replied, it wasn't long ago, how could we forget? Whatever it is, holy minister, just give the order. His Majesty once said, in his absence, we were to listen to you. The other holy kings voiced their concurrence. Yang Jian remained silent, but his gaze was on the holy minister. The holy minister showed a smile and said, that chaos was certainly just a precursor. Yuanshu ancestor from the Immortal dynasty opened the reincarnation vortex, which still hangs high in the sky. I wish to dispatch you into the vortex to find His Majesty. Who knows what year you will return when you leave? Take time to consider it. Upon hearing these words, the holy king's expressions shifted slightly. That reincarnation vortex was not under the control of the holy court, and no one knew what lay within. The hall fell silent, with no one immediately agreeing. The holy minister was not in a hurry, patiently waiting. He raised his right hand, and a golden light orb condensed in his palm. He stared at the golden orb, as if peeking into something. I will go. A voice rang out, not loud but firm in tone, causing the holy kings to turn their heads to look. The speaker was Yang Jian. A holy king taunted, that makes sense, the Candle World Saint King just went through reincarnation. Who could be more suitable? The Candle World Saint King glanced at Yang Jian, deep in thought. The holy minister, still staring at the golden light orb in his hand, asked indifferently, anyone else? I will go, the Candle World Saint King said. These holy kings were astonished, having not expected him to agree, it wasn't his usual style of conduct. Yang Jian also glanced at the Candle World Saint King. The holy minister nodded and continued waiting. Realizing the holy minister was still waiting, the holy king sensed something and their faces turned unsightly. One of the holy kings asked, Holy minister, must we agree? It's entirely voluntary. The words of the holy minister allowed the holy kings to breathe a sigh of relief, but then the holy minister's voice rose again, I assume you are all voluntarily going? I haven't misjudged you, have I? The holy kings were shocked and looked at the holy minister in disbelief. As for Yang Jian, his expression remained calm, as if he had already foreseen this turn of events. The holy minister raised his right hand, and the golden orb in his hand burst into a dazzling light, making his expression seem even colder. You must go to reincarnation. For you, it is an opportunity, your chance to strike at higher realms. Of course, the premise is that you survive. In reincarnation, there are countless great powers experiencing reincarnation tribulations. Act with extra caution and do not disturb those unrelated to the holy court. The holy minister's indifferent tone set this matter in stone, leaving the holy kings' faces extremely unsightly. In the depths of autumn. Inside the mansion courtyard, Guan was drinking wine, while Xiaochuan swept the grounds nearby. With so many servants in the house, and you being able to cast spells, why bother to sweep the grounds yourself? Guan asked, his divine thought gazing skyward. He saw 17 figures from the holy court flying toward the reincarnation vortex, among them Yang Jian. These people threw themselves into the reincarnation vortex without hesitation, and immediately after, their presences completely vanished, which piqued Guan's interest in the reincarnation vortex. What exactly is reincarnation like inside there? As Xiaochuan swept, he laughed and said, isn't this just a habit I've picked up? It's what you taught me, brother. Guan turned to Xiaochuan and asked, have you not cultivated these years? Xiaochuan's cultivation level had stagnated for decades, and his lifespan had shown no sign of increasing. Old age makes it hard to persist. Besides, My children and grandchildren often bring me troublesome matters, Xiao Chuan said with a shake of his head and a wry smile. He added, I'm 472 years old this year. I'm content, I never imagined I would live for so many years. He began to recount tales from his childhood. Each time Guan visited, Xiao Chuan would reminisce about the past. On this occasion, however, Guan wasn't listening attentively, his thoughts were wandering. Seeing Yang Jian and the others enter reincarnation, a bold idea suddenly came to him. If he sealed Xiao Chuan's memories and then implanted a destruction Dao seal into his body, no matter what kind of reincarnation he underwent, Guan would be able to find him. When the time came, he could help him recover his memories. Wouldn't they be able to reunite? He had tried his best to impart the traditions of immortal cultivation to Xiao Chuan, but alas, Xiao Chuan's maximum lifespan still increased very slowly. Even though he could elevate Xiao Chuan's cultivation level, it didn't affect his maximum lifespan. The higher he reached in realm, the more acutely Guan felt the terrifying decree of the ineffable destiny. Xiao Chuan, if there is an afterlife, would you still want me to find you? Guan suddenly asked. Xiao Chuan stopped his sweeping, turned his head to look at Guan, and cheerfully said, Brother, if you could find me, you must have become an immortal, right? If you don't mind, I would indeed hope to see you again. But don't worry about it too much, everyone has their destiny. I'm truly only grateful to you. Without Guan, what would his life be like today? His only regret in this life was that he failed to repay his mentor. I'm just speaking hypothetically. If I become that powerful one day, I would need to consider whether or not to help you escape the suffering of reincarnation, Guan said with a laugh. Xiao Chuan responded with laughter, if there's a chance for that, I would definitely want it. So, let me thank you in advance for taking care of me, brother. Becoming an immortal? How distant a dream. Xiao Chuan had heard of the existence of the immortal path realm, but he had not heard of those who possessed eternal life, nor had he heard of the true immortal gods. Those who were comparable to immortals were nothing more than powerful cultivators. If you undergo reincarnation, in what kind of family would you wish to be born in the next life? Guan continued to ask, as he poured himself another drink. Xiao Chuan took interest, set aside the broom, walked over, and sat down, starting to ponder as he sank into reverie. His requirements were not high, born to parents that could accompany him, and hopefully with better aptitude for cultivation. Sunset gave way to moonrise. The two talked into the night, and at Xiao Chuan's invitation, Guan stayed at the estate. He left at dawn. Xiao Chuan, assisted by a young girl, watched Guan depart. The girl, filled with curiosity, watched Guan's retreating figure. She turned her head to Xiao Chuan and asked, Great-grandfather, who exactly is he? Is he really your mentor? He looks so young. Xiao Chuan stroked his beard and laughed, yes, he's my mentor. But as to who he really is, I'm not sure myself. My mentor is very mysterious, maybe, the girl pressed, maybe what? Xiao Chuan shook his head and walked away. As Guan disappeared at the end of the street, the girl hurriedly followed her great-grandfather, pressing him with questions. Chapter 376, The Smallness of Heaven and Earth Noon. Tianya Valley. Guan rode upon the blood prison great saint toward the mouth of the valley, with an Xian following close by. This was not the first time Guan had brought an Xian to Tianya Valley, but every time she came, she was very happy, primarily because the three monkey demons of Tianya Valley had a good relationship with her, and she had specially brought along many pastries. From a distance, Luo Hun caught sight of Guan and a smile spread across his face as he went to greet him. Guan, His Majesty brought someone back with him, someone who came especially to find you. Guess who it is? Luo Hun arrived beside the blood prison great saint and asked with a smile. Guan already knew of the person's arrival, but since the other party practiced a certain energy-concealing sorcery, he did not want to point it out directly, so he asked with a puzzled look, Who? Am I familiar with them? Luo Hun smiled mysteriously and said, Since you can't guess, let's go have a look. Guan nodded. With Luo Han leading the way, they made their way to a courtyard. Before even entering the courtyard, Guan heard the laughter of Li Xiandao. As soon as the blood prison great saint stepped into the courtyard, Guan's gaze fell on the person beside Li Xiandao. Wuxin, Void Crossing Realm, 3rd Layer 469/1800/4200, after many years apart, Wuxin had reached the Void Crossing Realm. Such progress at his age could indeed be considered incredibly swift. The current Wuxin still looked like a monk, but he was not wearing a kasaya. Instead, he donned a brocaded robe that restrained his body, and there was a certain commanding presence about him that the young monk of the past didn't possess. Upon seeing Guan, Wuxin's face showed excitement. He stood up, somewhat at a loss for what to do. Guan dismounted and approached the table to salute Li Xiandao, followed by an Xian, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. "Senior brother, Wuxin looked at Guan, suddenly at a loss for words. Guan looked at him, eyes widening in astonishment as he asked, "You're Wuxin?" Wuxin hurriedly nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Li Xiandao interrupted with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk." He motioned to an Xian with his hand, indicating for her to sit down as well. Luo Han didn't stay in the courtyard, leading the blood prison great saint away to not disturb the four of them. "I really didn't recognize you just now, you've changed so much. How have these years treated you? I heard before that you've achieved miracle after miracle under His Majesty's command," Guan asked warmly, easing Wuxin's awkwardness as the master and disciple caught up with each other. Wuxin was originally a spy planted by the Thousand Autumn Pavilion inside the Supreme Sect. The Daoist expansion skill, the precursor to the primordial reincarnation skill, was transmitted to Guan by him. Centuries had gone by, and with the power of the Daoist expansion skill, Wuxin's maximum lifespan had reached 4,200 years. It seemed that Wuxin's own talent was not lacking, but it was only because he practiced the Daoist expansion skill that it had not been revealed. In the past, the Taizong continent was so backward that even the mystic heart realm was rarely seen. The fact that Wuxin encountered an immortal seeking Taoist of the Nirvana realm at a young age proved his exceptional chi fortune. An Xian sat obediently to the side, listening attentively to her master and grandmaster catching up, curious about Wuxin. Li Xiandao did not interrupt, listening to their conversation with a smile. Guan silently reflected on Li Zuando's talent. Li Xiandao now had reached the 5th layer of the mystic heart realm, surpassing LV Badian, yet his public cultivation level, like Guan's, only appeared as that of the nascent soul realm. After a while, Wuxin turned to look at Li Xiandao, who spoke with a smile, implying to send him to an immortal mansion for cultivation. "Guan, would you like to go?" Guan shook his head, "I'd rather not, thank you for the gracious offer, uncle." That so-called immortal mansion was, after all, similar to the factions like the Star Sea congregations. He was not interested in it. Li Xiandao was not surprised. Over the years, he had offered many opportunities to Guan, all of which were rejected. He understood that this young man had no desire to seek immortality. "Senior brother, let's go together, it's a rare opportunity. Now that I've achieved the cultivation level of the Void Crossing realm, I can surely protect you," Wuxin urged. An Xian wanted to laugh upon hearing this. Was the Void Crossing realm really that strong? She did not show it on her face, as Guan had reminded her many times to control her facial expressions. Guan laughed, "I really don't want to go, I'm quite comfortable now. Going to the immortal mansion would surely be stressful, and it's not certain that I would undergo a transformation. You go ahead, I'll be here waiting for you to tell me about your experiences in the immortal mansion when you return." Despite Wuxin's continued persuasion, it was to no avail. No matter how much he insisted, Guan remained unmoved. "If you don't want to go, then don't. It's fine, staying in the Supreme Sect also offers plenty of opportunities," Li Xiandao said, putting an end to Wuxin's urging. Li Xiandao then looked at Guan and asked, "Guan, what do you think the Taizong dynasty should do next for its development?" Guan asked in surprise, "Isn't everything fine now?" "Why do you ask?" Li Xiandao shook his head, it only seems fine on the surface. The internal class structure is solidifying. Life may be better than before, but the opportunities for commoners to knock on the doors of the immortal sects have not increased. Guan fell silent. Each year, the number of cultivators in the immortal cultivation world grows, but the vast majority are from families of cultivators. It's highly likely that a farmer's offspring will remain a farmer. Wuxin also fell into deep thought. As he served Li Xiandao, he saw even more issues. The current families were able to establish contacts overseas, and through various means such as intermarriage, sworn brotherhood, and exchange of interests, they were quickly growing stronger with unfathomable depths, making it difficult for Li Xiandao to suppress them. Who knows how powerful the entities backing those families could be? I do admire the immortal dynasty. If only all of the Taizong dynasty's citizens could become immortals, that would be wonderful. I wonder if he'll live to see that day, Li Xiandao said cheerfully. He was just being precautious. For now, his imperial power was quite stable. Guan continued the conversation. If that day really comes, who knows how long it will take. His tone was filled with emotion. He began to talk with Li Xiandao about the future visions, while Wuxin occasionally interjected, and an Xian listened throughout. Gradually, the topic shifted to Liya. After discussing Liya for a while, Li Xiandao asked, "What about Yang Jian? It's been a while since we've seen him. Ling Tian often talks to me about him. I'm not sure where he's gone, but with his talent, he probably won't encounter any trouble," Guan said, shaking his head. Wuxin asked curiously, "Brother, I heard from His Majesty that Yang Jian's talent is no less than an house?" Guan smiled and said, "I'm not sure about that. They are both stronger than me anyway. You can ask an Xian, she grew up with an Hao." As he spoke, he gestured towards an Xian beside him, which made Wuxin take a new look at her. Could it be that this woman had such a connection? An Xian hurriedly said, "I'm not in a position to judge, but my brother once said he looks forward to a battle with Yang Jian." Wuxin sighed, "My cultivation speed is considered fast, but compared to those favored by heaven, it's still far behind. I wonder what their cultivation levels are now." Li Xiandao looked at an Xian, then glanced at Guan, contemplative. The four of them chatted for an ancient hour before Guan, accompanied by an Xian, stood up to pick herbs. Once they finished, they said their farewells and left. Wuxin watched Guan's retreating back, his eyes brimming with melancholy. Li Xiandao smiled and asked, "What's the matter? Do you feel the relationship has become distant?" Wuxin replied, "A little, but it's more about regret. With brother's temperament, I'm afraid he won't rise to become an immortal, alas." In years past, Guan had seemed so formidable in his eyes. Now, he himself had a cultivation level of the void-crossing realm, while Guan had only reached the nascent soul realm, which left a bitter taste in his mouth. He wished for his brother's cultivation level to always be higher than his so that they could travel the path of immortal cultivation together. How many years could one live in the nascent soul realm? "Don't underestimate him, perhaps he's hiding something," Li Xiandao said with a meaningful tone. Wuxin, surprised, asked, "Hiding? What do you mean?" Li Xiandao said slowly, "The last time I saw an Xian was 20 years ago. In these 20 years, her cultivation has increased very slowly, but my intuition tells me that her progress has been significant. Perhaps they are also practicing your Daoist expansion skill. But the Daoist expansion skill can only lift restrictions once in a lifetime. If brother has reached the nascent soul realm, it must mean he has already lifted his restriction." Wuxin frowned. Li Xiandao did not continue the conversation. He was reminiscing about the golden Dao patterns on Guan's forehead. He had once seen another person with similar Dao patterns whose Dao level was unfathomably deep. Elsewhere, Guan had overheard Li Xiandao and the others' conversation, but he did not mind since his apparent cultivation level was only at the nascent soul realm, and others could speculate as they wished. Time flies swiftly by. 20 years blinked past. The Xiaochuan family was in mourning, and Guan stood on the roof eaves, invisible to anyone. He watched Xiaochuan's soul rise from the memorial hall, drifting toward the sky. Today was just the 7th day since Xiaochuan's death. Xiaochuan kept ascending, looking down at the people inside the Xiaochuan residence. His face held no sorrow, instead, it bore a smile. Is this what it feels like to be reincarnated? Xiaochuan pondered silently. Over the past 7 days, his soul had been unable to stray too far from his body, causing him to wander within the Xiaochuan residence the entire time. Now losing control over his soul body, he could feel an invisible force pulling at him from the ether. He wasn't afraid, but rather looked forward to his next life. He gazed far into the distance but did not see Guan, a flash of regret passing through his eyes. Gradually, he drifted higher and higher from the ground. Once he could see the entire Taicang continent, he saw countless other souls rising alongside him, a spectacular scene that broadened his horizons. So the Taicang continent is this tiny, I wonder where the supreme sect is located. Xiaochuan muttered to himself. From his current vantage point, the Taicang continent was just a small piece of land in the boundless ocean, insignificant. What, you still wish to visit the supreme sect once? A voice entered Xiaochuan's ear. Xiaochuan's eyes widened as he instinctively turned to look, his expression turning to astonishment. There was Guan, appearing beside him and ascending alongside. Brother, you, Xiaochuan started in shock, unable to complete his sentence. Guan turned to him and asked, now, do you have any regrets about not striving harder in cultivation before? After hearing this, Xiaochuan calmed down and smiled, regrets? Seeing this scene sooner has only shown me how minute I really am. He looked at Guan, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, brother, what is your relationship with Sword Venerable Fudao? Could it be that you are Sword Venerable Fudao? In Xiaochuan's eyes, Guan seemed so mystical at that moment, with golden Dao patterns on his forehead flickering like flames and the immortal king crown shining peculiarly, making Guan look akin to an immortal lord descending.